everyone, and welcome to another episode of No Excuses with your favorite show host, Ara Still.
Venerian.
And Volcel, and we're all here together again to bring you the latest news and games commentary for the week, for as long as we have Fern and he doesn't have to run away.
But I have to run away this week, so we'll get through as much as we can.
If you'd like to get involved with the show, you can do so by sending us email at noexcusesbtw@gmail.com, or you can follow us on the Twitter at noexcusesbtw, or you can join us in our Discord server, which you can get to by clicking on the link provided in the show description and the show archive on YouTube, and there you can converse with the other listeners to the show and see the spicy memes that we post and the memes that will get you on on an FBI shortlist and whenever Ari posts something in the politics channel, and so on and so forth.
Yes, you're going to end up on a list.
I mean, I'm already on a list since I'm, a Tridentine mass Catholic, which apparently the FBI say account for most terrorists.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a FBI memorandum that was circulated last year saying that the rosary is a right-wing hate symbol, and Tridentine mass Catholics all should be suspected of terrorist activity, basically.
That hurts my brain.
Yep. Oh, don't worry. Traditionalist Southern Baptists are not on the same list. We're on a list that's a tier below that one. We're on what was it? We're on like the potential terrorist list or something. I forget what it's called.
Right.
But they don't like the Catholics even more.
It's like a subjects of interest type of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, far be it from them to bother to chase actual terrorists when they can, go for soft targets.
They look like they're doing something.
Yeah, we'll just go after the two Christian denominations that actually, regularly attend church instead. That's clearly the bigger problem.
Well, you know where you can find them. That's the thing. You know where you can find them.
Yeah.
Like Southern Baptists and traditional Catholics in particular tend not to move around all that much. They don't move across the country every time they get a new job. They tend to settle in one area, so that they're low resource effort to keep an eye on.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. I'm into my Final Fantasy account since Genshin is taking forever to patch.
Yeah, it took forever for me.
Oh, it's a big patch. They added an entire chapter, so
yeah, they added
It's
a
a
whole
chunk
new.
of joy.
There's a whole new region of Fontaine, which hopefully will let me finish the dang Culisses for Fontaine, because I'm somewhere like in the middle of level 8, and as far as I can tell, I've got all of them.
Oh, right.
is that normal?
Yeah,
Is that how it goes?
You can't cap out statue until quite a bit after release, because they release the region in chunks.
Ah.
I hate fighting Senora. Why do we have to do this? I hate it so much. I'm getting
All
cold.
right. So I suppose we'll just jump into weeks. Oh, wow. Server queue at 16. All right. So that's been part of my week, is actually just kind of nibbling around the edges of the current rerun of the Yokai Watch event in Final Fantasy. Haven't done a whole lot because it's not a particularly involved event. It's basically once you do the starting quests, if you haven't already done them, you just stick the watch on and go do some feats.
Yeah, you don't even have to do that once you get the medals, and they apparently nerfed the medals.
How so?
Oh, because you just need the pet out. I don't think you need the watch on after you've got the basic medals.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't need any more basic medals, so if I can take the watch off and not get any more of those, that would be nice.
Yeah, because you'll
Take
wind
it
up.
off, see what happens.
I'm not 100% on that one. You might wanna experiment, but I think
I'll do it.
I think you don't need the watch anymore after that.
Yeah.
I'm trying to zoom the camera.
So I've got about
my camera
half of the weapons, and I need to go get the other half. I'm a little disappointed they didn't add in Sage and Reaper, though.
Yeah, no Shadowbangers classes either. So, oh wait, no, they did add Shadowbangers classes. They just stuck them in Stormblood.
They stuck them in Stormblood, yeah. But
on,
it's just
high
a rerun
rolls.
event and something to kind of fill the gap until 7.0 drops.
Come on, high rolls. Oh, we didn't get it, did we?
No, we have to wait for her now.
Oh, she came back. Come on, high rolls. Come on, high rolls.
Yes, we didn't do well in phase.
You have no idea how obnoxious that is.
Apparently Derek is hanging around here, and I didn't even notice. What's he offering? Derek from the Gods quest line.
Oh, you
I
boy.
just found him hanging around in a field in
Oh yeah, a
Middle
bunch.
Alaska.
A bunch of the raid quests and Alliance raid and normal raid quests will like just dump NPCs randomly exploring the world that can have a chance to load in when you zone in for you
Yeah.
individually. Like what do you call it? After you do the Omega quest line, you'll sometimes just find Omega and Alpha out in the world, just chilling, just exploring.
I know Alpha just pops up. He's just randomly sitting on a rock or something as you go past.
Yeah, Omega will usually be nearby somewhere doing something. If Alpha's there,
Not-
Omega's usually there too.
Not genocide.
Well, he's exploring the world with what's his face?
Which is a nice change from his usual genocide.
Yes.
It's kind of what he do.
Go into the
Oh
right.
yeah, I just found Derek in a field, and he's going to give me a portrait frame for it. So I'm going to just do this quest real quick. But so yeah, that's basically been that. It's like as much as I do enjoy Yokai Watch, but it did fail in the West.
Well, it was
Did it fail because of like a audience mismatch, or because it was actually shot?
Audience mismatch, I think, for the most part. Like
And-
it found
a localization cock up too. Later,
yes, yeah, that came later too.
they changed
found
the
a-
setting.
Lately.
This one was more the old school style of localization cock up, where they changed everything in the first game to be hyper American and made it set in America, and then
Jelly donut.
yeah, and then the third game was set in America or something.
Yes. So you go from America to like super America now.
Yeah, they had another name for it. Ava was telling me the whole history of this, and I,
I
looked
forget
it
what
up.
they
And
actually called it, but
it was
everyone
fascinating.
speaks with everyone speaks with such a thick Southern accent that you still need to go and get a translator yokai.
So it went from America to Bandit Keith America.
Basically, yes,
Yep.
and it was great. But I do like it. Like it's for the most part, it's very dumb and silly, colorful and goofy, and then every now and again it veers into existential dread.
My door just blew open. That's a bad indicator. It means it's storming outside. 1 second.
Oh, whoops! I need to change class before I can actually finish this quest. That's annoying. So yeah, unfortunately, yeah, it didn't match up. I think with a lot of the kids because a lot of kids went in it and they went, "This isn't Pokemon. I'm going back to Pokemon
In America.
in America." Because the Pokemon are basically just animals that you enslave. Let's face it. Whereas the
Yeah.
yokai have all got personalities and actual goofy stories for a lot of them and things like that.
Yeah, everything for Pokemon Me after the first 151 has been sort of like the charm of it has more or less been displaced by that old series of Penny Arcade strips where Gabe is a Pokemon trainer and he's got that Chimchar that he
Yep.
bullies the crap out of.
Go the other extreme. Manly guys doing manly things.
Yeah. Mr. Fish.
Mr. Fish.
Yeah.
The somewhat brain damaged Gyarados.
I'll take I'll take up to Gen 2 because Gen 2 is basically just an expansion pack. But
Basically, yeah.
it just fixes the bugs and isn't an expansion and it acts as an expansion pack because the original game is functionally still in there. It says the second half of the game.
Yeah.
But anything after that, it starts to be too many to keep up with, and I'm not into it. It started to get me
Especially
back with
after-
X and Y. Mega Evolution was really
Yeah.
cool, Pika Man.
I don't know. I
Yep.
think this is just because you're a Digimon person.
I mean, yes. But yeah, they're bringing Mega Evolution back for the next Legends game, which is coming out the end of this year, I think. But
Well,
the last few games, like Sun and Moon, Toodle Pip, and, Boring, have just been terrible.
What are they currently making?
They're currently making Legends Xerneas.
I just totally whiffed.
So, like, Legends Arceus was kind of an experimental step in the right direction, and then they just immediately learned all the wrong lessons for that and forgot entirely about everything. So like, oh yeah, this engine that we threw together to just try things out is perfectly stable to run our mainline game on. What do you mean it explodes if it has more than 5 characters on the screen at a time? Anywho.
Found her.
Other things I've been doing, annoyingly enough, I've been sinking a bit of time into Digimon's Cyber Sleuth still. Still haven't finished the first game because I've gone kind of down the evolution hole.
Oh, you got stuck in the daycare.
I got stuck in the daycare.
Oh yeah.
The advantage of at least having it on the Switch is while the Switch is in sleep mode, the game is still officially running.
Yeah.
Which is why my playtime for Cyber Sleuth is currently over 1,000 hours.
Yeah. I really, really wish companies would cut this crap out, where they just what, Navia, you're not going to do a real heckin' good job.
They put a real life time gate on things.
Yeah, it's been a shoe with me in a lot of games because I just want to track my actual time playing a game so I can get a night, especially when we talk about stuff on the show. I want to give a relatively accurate time of how much time I spent actually playing the video game. You know, if I discount my times I got up and just let the game running, which are I can usually keep track of for most games because it's usually not more than about 5 to 10 hours. And but the games that have stupid leave it on requirements, like the dang Liza P was bad about this in its launch version because you had to wait for a tree to spit out fruit, and it spat it out in real time.
Yep. So yeah, the original version that I played on the not Vita, it did go into a sleep mode, but while that was going, it was basically all it was looking for was a signal from the PS4 to turn on, or from the controller, and that was it. It would not keep the timer going, so I actually had to keep the thing running in the original version. So at least that's a welcome change. It would be nice if it would reflect the actual correct playtime, but what are you going to do, I suppose?
Yeah, it just drives me nuts because I'll play a new game on the show, and I'll look at my Steam hours played, and it'll say like 40 hours. I'm like, okay, it wasn't 40. Was there a reason I left this game on? Oh wait, yeah, there was.
Yeah. But that said, I think I'm approaching the end of the first game. I'm trying to push into Megas because that's what sent me down the farm hole in the first place.
You wanted your War Greymon to beat the game for you?
Or Greymon, I'm not that vanilla.
Oh,
actually,
War Greymon's the best.
He is really good, except he's not the top of his tree because Omnimon exists.
Is War Greymon the Gundam?
He's the He's the not a Gundam. I'll find
not quite a Gundam.
I don't remember Digimon very well.
Omnimon's the Gundam, I think, that you're thinking of, but War Greymon.
Yeah, isn't Omnimon the one? Hold on, which one is the? Oh no, the one which is just it's got like a polyhedron attached to its bum is Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is War Greymon. He's
the higher they get on the power tree, the more generic the name gets. It's very hard to tell which one is which.
Yeah. Omnimon, I think, is the Gundam. I'll find a picture.
Omnimon is very much a Gundam.
I've never heard him described that way, but it certainly could work.
A lot of the knights really kind of fall into that Gundam-esque territory.
Yeah, giant armored humanoid for all the 12 the Knights of the Round.
That's Voltron.
He is actually a Voltron too. He is War Greymon and Metal Greymon and
he's
Garurumon? Shit.
Metal Garurumon and War Greymon make Omnimon.
There we go.
But War Greymon in Cyber Sleuth, the Mega version, is actually better than the DNA fused version of Omnimon because Great Tornado.
This conversation has completely left me behind.
That's understandable.
Don't worry about it because Great Tornado ignores defense.
It does what? Oh, yeah. Okay, no wonder he's so freaking good.
It just the enemy has a defense stat. Nope.
No, he don't.
No, he doesn't.
No, I'm doing the kind of the push. I kind of kept my original Digimon on the main line, so I'm actually pushing for Machinedramon.
I went all the way to Bikemon and then discovered the bustedness of some of the Digimon. And even if you ignore War Greymon, you can hilariously break Cyber Sleuth if you abuse that daycare.
Oh yeah. Unfortunately, because of the point of the game I'm in at the moment, it's kind of backfired because I can't actually progress because everything is currently daycared.
Oh, you're stuck with them all at the daycare.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played the OG Cyber Sleuth on the Vita, and then I played Hacker's Memory on the PS4 because that had a dual system release.
Yep.
And this meant there was a way you could bring over part of your save file that way, but they didn't have full save file jumping, or just see if you like Achievo checking or whether you own the game or something. So I only got minor benefits.
Yeah.
But,
Thankfully, with the complete edition, it's basically fully integrated, so you can just say yes, I want to move my Digimon over, and there you go.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad I didn't though, because I went ham on the daycare. Like, the daycare is very addicting just to see what Digimon, because the Digimon lines in that game they have totally different split paths than they do in most of the rest of the franchise.
Yes, I've noticed that.
So and they just have different or just additional split paths. So just seeing what you can turn your Digimon into is really
Yep.
addicting to see what it comes out. And
So,
most of
yeah.
them are classic through Tamers designs with only a few newer ones added in. So they all have some form of nostalgia value as well. They're still the cool ones.
Yep.
We're not at Shoutmon yet.
Yeah, Shoutmon's in there, and
Oh,
Shoutmon is the worst.
Yeah, he's in there, but he has like one line.
Yeah, he goes from Shoutmon to whatever his old Megafilm is, I think, in one jump.
Yeah, he's totally worthless.
Yeah, I've got him actually, and I've been working on him because you got to like evolve him up to Shoutmon, then bounce him back down, and then back up again, and you got to do that maybe 7 times before he's even
me.
before he's even capable of reaching the level required to evolve.
I need Barbara. I need Barbara urgently.
Barbara, fix it.
Barbara fixing it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
that's basically been my week. Is just falling into that well. I am enjoying the story. It's a Digimon story. It's like everything's gone horrible. Here's this evil corporation doing things that's
Well,
going to destroy
You
the
say
world.
it's a Digimon story, but do you mean Digimon Tamers or do you mean other Digimon?
We're riding the line between Tamers and normal with Cyber Sleuth. It gets pretty Eldritch horror, realizing that things are terrible forever, but we got to fix it anyway.
Yeah, I do appreciate just how aberrant the Eaters look, by the way.
Oh, you mean
They do not look like they belong.
You mean the Digimollusks?
The Digimollusks.
You get
But
these,
yeah, that thing is just wrong, and I don't want it here.
You get these some of their designs are okay. Some of the more humanoid ones and the more boss type ones are okay, and then you get the one that's literally just a Nautilus, the fish Nautilus, with a few extra tentacles and a black and white color scheme. It's like a Nautilus zebra.
Yes, Nautilus zebra that is wearing Stan's coat.
Yeah, it is
With
just
stars, with stripes.
pretty much.
I'm a knight with stripes.
Yeah,
Pretty much.
I mean, I like it, but it's just let's just kill this thing and get rid of it. Put it out of our misery.
These days, Lord Helix.
Yes. Oh, there's a medal. What do I need? 6.
But yeah, the original Cyber Sleuth story, I could take or leave. It's okay. It's not a waste of your time, but it's not great.
It has a lot of filler.
Yeah, there's a lot of world building shenanigans in it, and there's a lot of which you kind of need, but it also kind of rushes its emotional payoffs when they actually do happen.
Yeah,
it's got some
the
patience.
pacing is just completely out of whack.
Yeah, because you spend so much time world building and side questing that when the main story happens, it feels like you're moving at light speed. Even if you would just do the main story, it would feel fine probably.
Yeah,
but Hacker's Memory has a much smoother curve for all that, and I think the story it tells is just way more interesting.
Yeah, I kind of am pushing my way through Cyber Sleuth a bit. I really should actually just stop messing around the farm and just finish the main story and push into Hacker's Memory, which is, by all accounts, just better.
Yeah, it improves a lot of the gameplay mechanics, and the story, I think, is much better told. It focuses on the ramifications of what happens in the real world much more than Cyber Sleuth does. Cyber Sleuth has about a 50-50 focus, but Hacker's Memory has about an 80-20 focus between the world and the real world. But because the digital world is doing what it always do and encroaching on the real world, you can still Digimon fight all over the place.
Yep. So yeah, that's that. That's basically been it for my week. I haven't done a whole lot. I have also been drawn back into playing Valheim a bit because people asked me to come build stuff for them.
I heard that they're testing some new outrageously difficult area or something.
The newest area, I think it's the Ashlands, is in the current beta on the beta test servers. So it'll be coming out officially sometime in the next few weeks. So that'll be cool. I always do enjoy Valheim, even if it does have the world's worst mosquitoes in it.
Pretty impressive. Mosquito mobs tend to be horrible.
Yeah.
And
They're not even in
I
the
don't know.
swamp either. They're in the plains, and if you go there before you can actually handle them or take a hit from them, they will just one-shot you, and there's not much you can do about it. They are the
Oh, dear.
worst.
I need mats for yeah.
Yeah, I'm coming.
So I'm going to leave it there as the spirit of keeping things moving. So, Vol, what you do?
Oh man, I'm really bad at keeping things moving.
Eh.
So this week, well, I mean, it was a busy week as always for me. There's nothing particularly unusual about that at this point. But yeah, so I was tied up a lot of the week, but I still managed to do a few things here and there. I didn't make any sort of dramatic progress on most things, but I did have a day off because of Anzac Day, and I intended to. I had a bunch of stuff that I wanted to do in Star Rail, but I ended up getting distracted. So I did get some Star Rail done.
We don't have Barber, by
managed.
because we need
You've got Nahida.
we need
at least.
we need a Dendro for phase 2.
But yeah, I did sort of like the bare minimum that you can do with sort of incompletely optimized teams for Pure Fiction. So Pure Fiction is I suppose you could call it sort of a bit like a horde mode of sorts for a JRPG, in that there's heaps and heaps of waves of enemies, and you've basically got to dispatch as many as you can while you're within your turn limit, and you have to take down 2 bosses within the turn limit. Hold on, how does this work again?
I've got to turn them on first,
And then I energize them, right?
and then I can pop the boss by hopscotching. Maximum uses
was-
of that was really fast.
Wait.
Hang on.
Is it because we had Nahida and Yaimiko?
Oh, your lightning kept the little things active while I was running around turning them on.
I was zapping them as soon as you turn them on. I would zap them and they would light up.
Yeah, so we got all 3 active at the same time.
Ooh,
Nice.
cool. I've got a purple chunk. 3 creepers. I don't know what I actually need for yeah. But yeah, so I did Pure Fiction. It's an interesting game mode. I can see why people find it engaging, trying to go for high scores and stuff. But at the moment, my teams are so poorly optimized that the most I could manage was just sort of like bare completion. I wasn't able to get like I wasn't able to get all the rewards or anything like that. I was able to just sort of barely complete the latter 2 stages. I think I 3-starred the first 2 stages, and the latter 2 I just sort of squeaked through. So even if you've got a sloppily put together pair of teams like me, you can still sort of like, you know, get the basics done and not completely embarrass yourself, and pick up a few jades and a few resources and so on. The rewards from that are first and foremost, of course, a Stellar Jade, which, you know, it's always going to be popular. But the secondary reward are these feathers that you can trade in for a variety of things. The most important of which being, if you get a huge number of them, well, it's a huge number for me. It's not a huge number for somebody who can routinely clear the game mode because it refreshes every week or 2. You get these, what do they call them? Self something resin. Basically, they're these they allow you to cast a piece of gear and pick the primary stat. And this is very important for certain primary stats. Namely, the most important ones are probably energy regen ropes, because ropes have a very low occurrence rate. And at the moment, it's still very slow farming Simulated Universe, and energy regen ropes are quite rare. So you need sort of, if you want to get like Penacony energy regen rope, the percentage odds of you getting one of those drops is something like 2.5% or something, because it's it's a sort of pseudo unique piece of gear to get energy regen gear that good, but it's sort of really quite necessary for optimizing a lot of support builds. So using your resin for that is quite a high priority. And the other thing, of course, is speed boots.
Keeps back.
That's another option, because you often want speed boots, because speed is basically a stat that is not useless on any character. You can make arguments for slow versions of certain characters whose buffs tick on their own turn.
Yeah, but that's like
Like-
speed tuning meta shenanigans where you want to like get your character faster than most common enemies, but like the slowest on the team or something.
Sort of, yes. Like for instance, the simplest example is that there's two kinds of Ruan Mei. There's Ruan Mei who you want to have the first turn, so you pump her speed to the max, because once she sets your team's momentum, you're very effective. And then there's the Ruan Mei, which is built to be slow, and the objective of slow Ruan Mei is to keep her buffs up for as long as possible, because her buffs all tick down on her own turns. So it's sort of optimal in some sense to have her. You don't need as much energy regen if she just doesn't tick down very fast.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, that's one type of approach. But most characters want to be very fast, especially if you're using someone like Tanya, for instance, who's extraordinarily fast builds sort of her specialty. So do you just automatically win this fight if you switch on all three?
If you switch on all three and you have a lightning and a Dendro whacking it, phase 2 just disappears.
I see.
Because it's a number of hits. It doesn't care about the damage. It just cares about the
I see.
reaction. So,
I see. Anyway, yeah, so
I'm not going to level my Yao with all these materials we're grabbing, but I'll keep them for when Fern catches up. I want to keep our Yao.
Oh yeah, I'm not planning to level up immediately. I'll just keep pace with whatever Fern's doing.
Yeah.
But I'm collecting them.
Back to the desert.
I really should get into and do more Genshin.
So yeah, I did Pure Fiction. Currently there is a 3 times a day double drops from I want to call them domains, but they're not domains, for farming relics for your characters is on double drops at the moment. So yeah, I've been doing that since I play like really dot character heavy teams, since I've built up Black Swan and Kafka and Gwen Ifan and characters like that. I'm spending most of it on teams that on whatchamacallits. What do you call them? I can't even remember. At any rate, Cavern of Corrosion is something else, isn't it? No, Cavern of Corrosion is for artifacts. At any rate, yeah, I've been spending them mainly on dot gear, because the other gear set that's paired with the dot set is the follow-up set. And while I don't really use Dr. Ratio, I'm interested in building up Herta and Himeko, because both of them are apparently really strong in Pure Fiction, simply because they get heaps of AoE follow-up. And AoE follow-up is sort of optimal for that game mode, because you need to kill as many things in as short a time as possible. So, yeah. What else did I do? I played some Genshin as well. I decided to just, like, after putting it off and sort of dreading the thought of it, I just sat down and I forced my way through the hole as fast as possible.
You're now through the hole.
The hole. I think the hole is over. I just did what was necessary to get through the hole and put it behind me. I haven't 100%ed it or anything weird like that.
So
I
you
don't know
got
how much actually got done in the process of going through the hole. I'll have to have a look. Let's see.
It's pretty easy to go back and re-lawn mow because after you get to level 8 or whatever, two levels from the max of the little lantern, every time you use the lantern as an item, it'll highlight any missing not Culises for the whole.
Lumen stones.
Yeah.
I think I got to 8 actually in the process. In the process of going through that, because like the thing is, I say, oh, I went through the chasm and tried to do the chasm story. Oh, it says the chasm exploration progress 100%, but that's definitely not true.
Yeah, you
I
must
don't know
have,
why it says that.
you must have just grabbed enough of the chests that are landed, because you don't need to actually get every single chest and everything.
But I
to-
didn't get every
thing.
single chest. I didn't even get close because I wasn't trying to.
Yeah, it's really wacky with how it tracks that completion.
Because it's definitely like I've only got 87% of the achievements. I got 138 out of 200 chests.
Yeah, like I show 100% completion on the main Inazuma Islands, but don't have all the Chivas for all the islands.
But yeah, so I just went through the chasm as fast as possible. Well, as fast as possible given my ability to navigate.
You like your
Which
verticality?
meant I by about the halfway of the progress through the chasm story, I found myself in front of the Sheesh room.
Oh, the talking mushroom.
Yeah. Once I found myself back on track and started following the story again after getting lost, it turned out that I had actually somehow ended up right near the end of the story.
Oh,
The Sheesh room was really close to the end,
yes.
and I had just started, but I got lost. And it turns out you could get really, really lost.
So the dilute trick I talked about before, where I accidentally opened a path backwards, is apparently a common problem with the chasm. That when I looked it up later, I didn't mention this to you just because I wanted to see what would happen. But a lot of characters, especially ranged characters or characters with AOE or bolts with splash damage, will just accidentally blow open paths that aren't supposed to be open yet, because the way they do their shortcuts in the chasm, they put a bunch of exploding barrels behind some rubble that can only be destroyed by those barrels. But if you got an attack that's ranged, sometimes it'll just clip through the rocks and hit the barrels if it's a catalyst attack, or if you have an ult with big enough splash damage or attacks with big enough splash damage, sometimes they'll just go and accidentally hit the barrels anyway, and you'll never know they were there to begin with. And so you can wind up sequence breaking the chasm really, really easy by accident.
At any rate, there are definitely a lot of deep holes in the hole.
It just keeps going.
Well, I kept going down and down and down and wondering when I'd hit the bottom.
Do you see why I had the reaction I did now?
Like the breadth of the chasm on the surface is about the depth of the chasm underground. Like it is really, really deep, and it just keeps going deeper. But yeah, I bumbled my way through. I think it's done because the next story quest I have is a Forest of Change. Go to the land of the Dendro Archon.
Okay.
So I presume that means I'm done.
Did you do the I forget the interlude in the chasm is before or after Super? But there's an interlude quest.
Interlude chapter 2, unexpected guest. No, that says go to the lower levels of the chasm, so I guess I'm gonna go back down there?
Yep.
Oh no, it also says complete other quests to continue, so I guess I can't go back down there?
Okay, so yeah. Okay, so you have to do probably some of the Sumer requests, and then the that'll tell you to go the hole.
Right, so I'm gonna go back down there. After spending literally all day down there.
Oh wait, no.
Never...
That one I know what that one is. Okay, you need to do some character story quests to get it open and going.
Okay.
And then if it's the one I'm thinking it is, where a bunch of the Inazuma people show up to play in the hole.
That's weird.
It is a very strange quest.
Yeah, I guess the chasm seemed to be sort of like drip marketing Yellen by the looks. Because
yeah,
he shows up and doesn't say anything to you ever.
Mm-hmm.
Just sort of you get to see her shapely legs, and that's about it.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, so that's a thing, I guess. So yeah, the bulk of the chasm, like I don't know if I'll go back in there. Under any other circumstance, like if I was at the forefront of the game, if I'd like cleared all the current story content and then they released the chasm and I went down into the chasm, I would be stoked. Because I actually, despite myself, I really enjoyed the zone and the exploration of it. Like way more than I did at Kanomiya. I didn't like a Kanomiya at all. Like I just wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. But I really liked the chasm. I enjoyed my time down there. And I think that that's because I feel like I had sort of the opposite of claustrophobia. Like being down there, it's like, oh, okay, I've got really clearly defined boundaries. I know where the walls are, and I know where the ceiling is, and I know where the floor is. Nothing is sort of like I could sweep this place from top to bottom if I wanted to, and get everything in it because it has defined boundaries. And I was just way more comfortable with that than I am with normal exploration games.
It's very lawnmower friendly.
So yeah, I felt like, even though I kept getting lost, I felt like I felt a stronger sense of making progress through exploration than I do normally in outdoor zones and stuff.
And it gave you a ton of Mora because of all the Mora rocks.
I don't think about Mora because I don't have enough characters to spend it. So Mora's sort of like I'm in that luxury position of just not caring about money. I have 7.8 million Mora.
I think I've started to resupply. Let's see. Where do I find it in the inventory? Where's my inventory? Bag. Not that. It's on. Okay, I have. Oh, that's better than I thought. I have 1.4 million Mora.
Anyway, so yeah, I actually had a good time, and I would have had a much better time if I weren't doing it out of obligation.
Mm-hmm.
Like if it was like, oh, well, there's this new zone that I've got to explore, and I don't have anything else to do, so I'll do it. Then it would have been great. It would have been great. The main detractor from it was the feeling of obligation. That, oh, I have to do this because the storyline is ahead and it's locked behind this storyline that is basically a non-storyline. Like if it was more lore important or better baked in, like I understand that it's like the next chapter of the Dunsleaf storyline and so on, and the building up of the myth arc that underpins the entire thing, but it feels like that sort of, I don't know, that feels like the cherry on top of the dessert, but the dessert itself is kind of mundane, relatively speaking. Like it's not the chasm is good as an exploration zone, but as a storytelling zone, it's kind of blah. Like the main parts of story that I'm really interested in, like what are those nails actually all about? What is Dunsleaf's deal? Like those major story threads, they aren't woven very strongly into the act of playing the zone. They just sort of get talked about in the process.
You're actively teased in one area, and then the main chasm quest does nothing with it. With that one room that has the big upside down crap on the ceiling.
Yeah, like I was like, oh wow, this is a pretty dramatic reveal, having the big inverted castle, and then it's like,
gotta wait till Dunsleaf quest to go to it.
Now we'll walk around it and do something else.
Yep.
The entire chasm plot. I think I finished the chasm plot as well while I was at it, or at least more or less. There's still a few little side quests that need doing and so on, but it felt like the main story was just sort of avoiding the topic of the inverted castle.
Yep. I spent an ungodly amount of time trying to find out how to get the Nocculus that's inside that castle. Like, we're talking multiple hours of my life wasted trying to get into that stupid castle.
What do you mean? Oh, you mean like before Dunsleaf leaves?
Yeah, before the Dunsleaf leaves.
A perfectly linear path that makes perfect sense in context of that story, but you can't find unless you're on it.
Yeah, because remember, I did the chasm before I'd even done Inazuma. So, I barely met Dainsleif, and after like 2.5 hours of sitting there trying to do this, I just looked up, how do you get this stupid Noculus? Oh, you get it during the Dainsleif quest.
Because I got it and I ignored them for the most part. Like I was not trying to get the Lumen Stones. But occasionally I would get one because I needed the extra charge for my torch.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. At any rate, it wasn't a bad zone. I think it's a well-designed zone and fun to explore. I just was a bit salty about it blocking my progress through the story that I care about. And I feel like the story gameplay integration could have been better. Like, I just don't care about the giant robot worm. And I don't understand what the deal is with the sky nails any more than I did before. You put it there. Why is it underground? What is it doing?
As far as I can
Does
tell,
it matter that I messed around with it? I don't know.
I don't know about the nails yet, but the giant robot worm appears to be just there to tell you why there's a world boss you can farm for mats down there.
He's
Like,
just chilling otherwise.
It's kind of a bland fight too.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is the one that you fight at the end of the story the same as the one that you farm? That's elsewhere in the zone.
The one that you farm in the zone has a more obnoxious phase where you just can't damage it until you make it do certain things. I forget exactly what you have to do, but I remember it being a long downtime fight. So I find it really boring.
Well, I mean that's pretty normal. Like the repeatable version of a boss usually has like 2 or 3 phases compared to the storyline one, which usually has 1.
I do remember a few of its mechanics not being very intuitive too and hard to sight read. I had to get.
I hope I don't have to farm it because it's not particularly interesting. But yeah. Anyway, so that's done. I'm sort of ready to take off to Sumeru. In the meantime, the community is going absolutely gaga over Alicino. Oh wow, you actually leave tracks in the sand that look like tracks you make in the sand?
It's kind of neat.
Yeah, they
Like,
had
sand
fun with their
piles up
desert.
in there. Yeah, anyway, the community is going absolutely nuts over Alicino. And she seems to be incredibly powerful. Lots of people posting videos of her just doing crazy numbers, basically by herself or with the assistance of an emo character. So yeah, it's another entry in the incredibly powerful characters that have come out. I've also seen some discourse around her signature weapon, and people who thought that Navia's signature weapon was no big deal paired with Navia think that Alicino's is like comically overpowered pay to win garbage.
No,
That's quite a sharp contrast if you think that Navia's is no big deal.
Yeah. Yeah, let's see what this thing does, because I haven't actually looked at it. Grants Bond of Life equal to 25% of max HP when a charged attack hits an opponent. This effect can be triggered up to once every 14 seconds. In addition, when the equipping character has a Bond of Life, they gain flat 12% damage bonus. If the Bond of Life is greater than or equal to 30% of max HP, gain an additional 24% damage bonus. So at R1, it is a flat 36% damage bonus, effectively. And extra
So
Bond of
basically,
Life for enabling the character.
Right, so basically, you're sort of at minimum an extra third more powerful than you would be without it.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's pretty blatant.
Navia's, by contrast, has big numbers on it, but you have to actually get the trigger. You have to get the roses. It's a flat 20% attack boost with crit rate as its substat. It boosts only your elemental skills damage for every rose you collect, which you get 1 rose. You can hold up to 2 roses. And so for a total of 36% damage on your elemental skill, if you collect 2 elemental shards in quick succession and use them relatively quickly after you get them. Which is really, really powerful. But that's not a flat 36% damage boost. So
essentially, Alicino is an incredibly powerful character. That's definitely the case. No getting around that. Her primary drawback, from what I understand, I haven't really looked into her too deeply, because I wasn't planning to roll on her, and I'm still not planning to roll on her, is that basically healing doesn't work. if you have her, if you're using her,
Mm-hmm.
she heals herself, but you can't get healing from other sources. So basically, she's sort of like she's a Nouvelette style one man army, but in a more sort of like all or nothing kind of way. She can self sustain and she does incredible damage like Nouvelette, but unlike Nouvelette, like she's basically on her own. Like if you're going to patch her up, you have to do it while she's not, not in combat. So yeah, they did attach a drawback. I just think it's a little bit on the trivial side.
Like most of
So,
their
yeah.
drawbacks, it seems.
I must admit I'm kind of tempted to pull for Clorinda. Generally speaking, she's got relatively similar mechanics to Arlecchino, but I like lightning characters better than fire characters generally. I like Clorinda's design better than Arlecchino's design generally. So I'm sort of tempted to roll on her just to see what it's like to be one of these people with like a modern class of character that are ridiculously powerful.
Yeah. Because
There's just a gap between the old ones and the new ones. There's no getting around that.
I don't know if turning the Matrix on actually makes us do more damage to the thing, but
So yeah, I'm sort of tempted to try that out just so I can see what it's like to play an up to date character using the new sort of life goes up, life goes down based mechanic. Not to mention I've got a pile of leftover artifacts from my ongoing attempt to farm a set for Fischl, which continues to fail miserably. But yeah, so yeah, there's a great deal of typical Hoyo fandom bullcrap happening around Clorinda though, because people have decided that she is a lesbian because apparently no breeding takes place anywhere in Teyvat because everybody is gay. If you listen to the community. Not really sure how they haven't had a population crash yet.
as they are. Right, I'm kind of out of resin. I already used one. Papa Coob.
Oh, I've used 2 already, so and I have 46 left exactly, so we'll kill it one more time.
Okay.
But yeah, so I'm tempted to roll on that. I guess because a lot of the stuff that I want to talk about news-wise is Star Rail related because of the the big announcement and promo show that they did this week. I will leave my week there because I'll basically be sort of coming back to my interests later.
All right.
I'm nowhere near hitting stock pity. Only got 20 pulls built up. So let's see what we get. I kind of want a Lynette. See what we can get on the Arlecchino banner. I'll do one
You're just
temple
gonna
on
pull. You're hoping that streamer luck is going to come through for you.
it. I'll take a Zhang Ling. I need to level her up eventually.
She's OP.
Yep. She's one of them early one. They really went overboard with the application effectiveness of some characters, and if you need somebody to make things on fire, Zhang Li is very good at that. So everything was junk, but I'll take a Zhang Ling. Yet in my list. Run. So yeah. All right. If you're gonna hold the rest of your week, C3. Oh, I must have bought one from the shop or something. But so my week. I am not played very much Vigid this week because this week at work has been a nightmare. There, if you looked at my inbox, like I was telling Vol before the show, you would not notice a substantial increase in the raw number of emails I sent out compared to other weeks. However, what you would notice is that the file attachments are far bigger than usual because every single thing that happened to come in my inbox just it needed personal attention and creative solutions, basically. And it just kept me in the office talking to idiots. And my faith in humanity drops every time I have to interact with a customer. Just a little bit more. We're already
It's
in
customer
the red.
service.
Yep. We're already in the red, but we can still go lower.
Thus is the joys of customer service.
Yep. And man, a bunch of the people I had to interact with this week were what I generically refer to as kids, new kids that are fresh out of college or haven't been in the workforce for very long, and just don't have a dire ducking clue how the real world actually operates. And they'll start feeding me stuff like, oh well, company policy. I'm like, I don't care what your company policy says about you keeping this particular document information confidential. If you do not tell me at least the flow rate, I can't size you a pump.
You kind of need to know this, basic information to do your job.
Yeah, like I go ask your supervisor. I'm positive he will okay it.
Is it
Or
my
give-
imagination, or does everything in Sumeru that you kill explode in a shower of meat?
A lot of the animals do. You know all them raw meat problems you may or may not have had while you were trying to do recipes and master recipes early on. You get to Sumeru, those are gone. You'll have more meat than you know what to do with.
Oh my!
It's a very meaty place, that Sumeru.
There's a lot of eyebrow waggling going on here.
Especially in the desert, where scorpions drop meat and free meat, and the sumpter beasts that the politically correct nomadic Islamists use, or jihadis use. They also drop 3 meat, plus other drops.
Yeah. Speaking of eyebrow waggling, though, that Giganox statue, not Giganox, Kezu statue.
Their marketing lately has been extremely Kezu centric, and I'm very confused about why.
I mean, did anybody actually ask for that?
If it's
I don't
got
think that there are people who really badly want Kezu statues. I will link it in the show chat so that people can see what I'm talking about. This is something I randomly linked to Fern this week when I saw it in my Twitter feed, and I'm just like, why?
But
Why
why
was this necessary? Somebody sat down and sculpted this.
Like, it is very detailed, but that's not a good thing. This is Kezu.
I must say, it seems to be effective since we're talking about it.
I know, right? And that's what the thing is. It's like you put it in your living room, and someone will see it and say, "What the hell is that?"
Well,
And that gives you carte blanche to make all the dirty jokes.
You need to read aloud for the listeners the promo line that they put in their tweet.
Please do.
oh boy.
Read aloud the promo
Do it.
line.
Treat yourself to nearly 8 inches of Kezu with the Capcom Figure Builders Creator Model, releasing on October 18th. Pre-order now. Kissy face emoji bit.ly/Kezu.
The kissy face just. Oh. Why?
No, it's horrifying. And the model itself is horrifying too.
Yes.
It's just classic Kezu and all its like plucked chicken goodness.
There's someone at Capcom's marketing that needs to be fired and or promoted. Possibly both.
The very first comment is ordered.
I didn't read any of the comments.
Ordered. Can't wait to sit on it. Yanni face. Drooly face.
No. It gets so much worse.
The Kezu model is the only creator's model ever to feature their own BGM free as part of the figure.
I mean, yes.
They're not wrong.
They are not wrong.
It was a bug originally, right?
Yes, it was. But it was such a good bug, they left it.
So yeah. I mean, it worked. We're talking about it. We're doing their marketing for them now. Not that it's a particularly hard sell with us. We all play Monster Hunter, but
that's it. If it wasn't Kezu, I could probably consider it. But it's Kezu.
Yeah.
Some of those models are actually really nice for the price, considering how pricey a lot of models are. But
I do have the new Gigante one from the Monster Hunter World promo or the collector's edition, and that thing is nice. Pointy, but nice.
Yeah, I think I've just got sort of like first game syndrome on it, but I feel a lot of affection for Nergigante as a monster for some reason. Like, to me, he's just got a lot of character.
You do.
Like, I
And
think I
anger.
probably I feel about Nergigante the same way a lot of old school players feel about Rathalos. It's like, oh well, this is just something that's very iconic of the experience of Monster Hunter. But for me, that more than Rathalos, that's Nergigante.
I think Nergigante, at least in as far as World's concerned, has one of the better balances of as you do the fight more, you can do it faster just by getting better at the fight. Because he doesn't have any take off or you can't fight me right now phases.
He's also they're also like he's an easy one for me to fight because I'm very bad at reflex based fighting. But you can fight Nergigante in a reflex based way. However, you can also systematize the Nergigante fight,
Yeah,
which is how I fight him.
He do big damage, but his tells are usually fairly long unless you're right up in his face.
It's not even about tells. It's that you can actually within sort of like Monster Hunter margin of error, you can actually model his fight the way you do a Final Fantasy 14 fight. It's
Yeah.
there because you just need to, if you can bait him into the right kind of start, then you can say, okay, he's going to do this, then and this is especially true for me as a greatsword player because greatsword is so slow, so you need to make your quote turns unquote count. So he's going to start like this. So you bait him into starting by antagonizing him at the right range, and then he'll do a certain thing, and it's like, okay, now I'm going to target like left front paw, and I'm going to break that, and then he's going to do this, and I'll target his right horn, and I'll break that, and that's going to cause him to do this, and then I'm going to target that, and it's going to cause him to behave in this way. You can actually systematize it, which means that you can go in with a real plan of what you want him to do and how you're going to make him do it. So for people like me who are very bad at the raw reflex-based side of play, you can still get good at Nergigante. And that was the thing that I really liked about the Elder Dragons in World, is that a lot of them were like that. Teostra was way less like that. I had a lot more difficulty with Teostra because occasionally he would just decide that he wasn't going to play by the rules. But I also got very, very good at Valhazak. Like, I was able to sort of I could have killed Valhazak in Touch of Death mode because I got so good at it. Like, you could just do things in a particular way, stand in particular places at particular times, and he would not touch you, and you could just break every piece of him systematically and then kill him. So having that option available to me made World a very enjoyable game, especially considering compared to Rise, where there was way more reflex was required because a lot of the Elder Dragons in that game simply decided they didn't like you and would wreck your shit, like Shagaru Magala and that. Like, they just decide, nah, not really interested in your opinion.
Yeah, the only Elder Dragon in the franchise that just makes me groan when I have to fight it is Kushala Daora. I just hate that fight. I hate everything about that fight.
Yeah,
it's not
everywhere Kushala appears, it's just like, oh, great, this is the waiting game. We'll do a little bit of damage on him while he's in range and then wait for him to become available again. Maybe we should book an appointment 2 months in advance.
Yeah, they fixed a lot of that for Rise, but he is still obnoxious.
He engages more in Rise, but he's still one of those ones where you spend a lot of time running in circles.
Yeah, well, he's just up and flapping around and having a good old time, and yeah.
You're just...
I mean, the unfortunate thing is that Kushala Daora is probably the most true to form for the way an Elder Dragon would fight in practice.
Yeah.
Like, why should he come down and fight you? He doesn't need to. He can just wait for you to get bored and go away.
Or just stay up in the sky and pelt you with bollocks.
While Kusha may be true to form for him, I feel like Nergigante jumping at you with big spiky body is pretty much all he can do, but he does it pretty good.
He is a big angry boy.
But yeah, all the other Elder Dragons, I could get used to fighting them. I play the polar opposite style to Vol, where I play Charlotta Brain Buzzsaw with dual blades.
Mm-hmm.
And we have we have two things that we can do with dual blades, and one of them is just dodge everything on reaction and do buzzsaws, and we all share one brain cell collectively as a dual blade collective, and that is can we activate buzzsaw? If not, how do we activate buzzsaw? And the hive mind will come together and find a way to achieve it as our only
Well,
goal in any fight.
You still also need to determine the axis of monster along which you can spend the most time buzzsawing.
Yes.
Yes.
So it is an entirely Twitch based style when you play dual blades like that. So all the Elder Dragon fights are fairly doable for me. But Kusha, in addition to the waiting game, Charlotta Brain has another problem. Our swords are short.
Yeah.
We can't reach him.
Yeah, but I mean, I have a great deal of I find it very amusing the sort of like the vision of just sort of like the tiny little man with his two little daggers, sort of like flailing them impotently in the air with an angry look on his face while Kushala Daora hovers just out of reach. It's sort of like a similar vibe to, you know, when at the end of Spaceballs where Lone Star's fighting Dark Helmet. And
Oh,
Lone Star just puts his hand on Dark Helmet's helmet and holds
Yeah.
him at bay while Dark Helmet just swings his lightsaber over and over without being able to hit.
yeah,
That's a good movie. That's
yeah.
a dumb movie.
Rick Moranis got out of the Hollywood scene at a good time. I'm like, no, I'm gonna retire and go do stuff with my family. I've had enough Hollywood.
Yeah.
So yeah. What were we actually talking about? Oh, my week.
Your week. All right.
So Monster Hunter actually segues pretty good. So Kezu statue aside, the other big update that happened this week was the Grand Blue Fantasy Relink patch. This is patch 1.2. It came with 2 new quests, one a low-level quest for people that have finished the main story but not started in-game yet, and one new in-game quest that is not as high on the power requirement as Lucilius, but not as but is still stronger than all the other bosses that were in the game beforehand. So he's
Including Isinium Bahamut.
yeah. S&M Bahamut has a recommended power rating of 17.5 thousand, and the new guy has 18,000, and Lucilius has 20,000. To give you a reference. That said, his name is Behemoth. He looks almost like he was inspired by Final Fantasy Behemoth, at least a little bit. And I don't know where Grand Blue got the idea for this design. He's been a Grand Blue monster for eons. But he is a very angry boy and fights very much like a Nergigante. Except his attacks are, after you do them a few times, you realize there's a set pattern to them. And it has an interesting gimmick where for the first time, there's a forgotten mechanic in Relink because normally it's not worth using because it's too hard to pull off consistently. And it's generally dodging is just better because you'll get gauge more consistently, it's easier to do, and you can cancel out of any offensive action to dodge. And that's called Perfect Guarding. Perfect Guarding is stupidly difficult to time. We're talking if the game runs at 60 FPS, you've got a 2-frame window to Perfect Guard. It's Royal Guard DMC 3 level tight. And the reason it's often forgot about is because A, it does no damage. It barely builds your SBA gauge. And it in general cannot be canceled. You can't cancel any attack into a guard to try and perfect guard. So normally you'll just, if you need to block, you'll hold the block button. And most characters' block stat is not very good, so they can only like block an attack if a boss is going to come charging across the arena and you're unsure when he's actually going to dash, so you'll just block that instead. Because you have an invisible blockometer that can be crushed if you block too many attacks in a row, and you'll take half damage from whatever attack crushes your guard and be left vulnerable to any follow-up attacks the boss does. So people generally didn't do it. This boss, like all bosses, starts with a normal boss fight, and you go in dodging stuff, and then you look at the side objectives. And the side objectives are do 10 perfect guards. You're like, oh, that's an odd one. I've literally never seen that as a bonus objective before. And then you realize the only way to realistically build his stun gauge is to land perfect guards. Which means you have to learn this fight, the timing on this fight really, really good, and figure out which attacks are telegraphed long enough with a circle on the ground that, because we have Final Fantasy style telegraphs in this game, where the circle fills up and when it hits the edge, the attack goes off. And it's client based though, so as long as you push the button in time with the circle filling up, you'll get the guard. You have to look for those attacks and learn the timing on his charge attack. And if you can do that, you can consistently stagger him. If you can't do that, you're going to get one shot. If you attempt to perfect guard it, and you are going to have to just go with the safer option of dodging. The problem is, if you don't stagger him, you are not going to get link time, and you're going to be stuck in that overdrive phase forever, where he is zipping all over the place, and you're going to be spending time chasing the boss down. So he is a very strict timing-based boss, where you have to really get your knowledge of when he's going to do attacks and your ability to push that button in the right frame window on point to get at least a few staggers to end that overdrive faster, unless you want to be there for like 10 minutes per fight. So that's the new boss they added to Relink. He is a good fight. I like that they're experimenting with lesser known mechanics, and it does make him different from the other boss fights, at least, where they kind of start to devolve into the same strategy for most characters. So forcing you to use Perfect Guard at least makes you play differently. So I don't mind it too much. And only one person in the group has to do the Perfect Guarding, so if you're a guy that just cannot button push to save his life, you can stick with the dodge strat and let somebody else get the Perfect Guards. And you'll build up, as long as 1 or 2 Perfect Guards land before the overdrive phase finishes, you'll get at least 1 stun and be able to trigger leak time and catch a gauge match. So it won't be that bad.
The hell was that extremely loud noise?
That was extremely loud.
Was it? Must come from my
Yes.
end.
I don't know what that was.
Deafeningly loud. It sounded like you just screamed into the the microphone for like a third of a second or something.
I think my mic just had a hernia, because no loud sound happened on my end. Apologies to the listeners, not sure what that was. I don't think I was putting anything down on my desk, so I don't know.
You got ghosts in your room.
Possible.
Goes with sore throats, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So yeah, the point of this new boss is to farm. You can get the drop outright, but it's very rare. We killed him about 13 times, and each of us saw the full drop once, which is a Supreme Weapon Essence. Or you can get somewhere between 4 and 9 tokens, of which you need 30 to turn in for 1 Supreme Weapon Essence. And you need 3 of these Supreme Weapon Essences to unlock one of the 2 new characters. So 6 in total, and then you need 1 for each of their weapons to get their 1 weapon they have available. So thankfully, they don't make you go through the weapon grind with these characters and just give them the equivalent high base stats of as if they had all the other weapons. Have not had time to play with them very much, but they are clearly designed around in-game play with some rather gimmicky specials, with Seifon having the ability to take a skill into battle for one of his 4 skills you're allowed to take, because every character can take 4 skills into battle, and you can mix and match before you go into the mission. And one of these has a very odd description. Taewon has a similar one, but hers is less impactful. Seifon's, they start the battle on cooldown. You cannot use this skill to start a battle. These 2 skills are the only skills in this game with this caveat. They just say no. You are not allowed to use this skill at the very start of the fight. And you can then, after it becomes available about 5 minutes into the fight, go run off in a corner somewhere and charge the entire party's Skybound Arts gauge to full. It takes 10 seconds to cast, but if you get it off, you get a free Skybound Art chain just for free. His normal mechanics don't look very fun. He builds his meter very slowly, and as you build up this meter, he can summon a double of himself that just enhances his specials. And his specials are all fairly cookie cutter for a sword wielder. He has a dash move, he has a tonal move, he has a close range move, and he has his one ranged option, which for him is dropping swords or summoning swords around the enemy and making them start crashing inwards. But they do not track the enemy, so if the enemy moves, they just kind of step out of them. Taewyn is more interesting as a character. She, as you land attacks and charged attacks on the enemies, she will build up stacks for her power attack, her Y move. And what you can do is you can press and hold the Y button at any point while building up stacks to expend those stacks on a multi-hitting super arrow shot. And it'll fire as many times as you have stacks, up to a maximum of 11. And she seems to revolve around building her stacks as fast as possible and offloading them at range while trying to keep herself out of danger and maximize uptime on target so she can keep building stacks. And
All right, guys. Sorry, but that's actually my time, so I gotta bounce.
all right,
Oh,
There's work.
okay.
Yeah.
alrighty, Fern.
All right. I will see you next week.
All right. See you, Fern. Drive safely.
I will try to.
Bye.
As soon as I can get Discord to actually work, because it don't want to work. It's being weird. Because apparently they've changed something and it doesn't play nice in Final Fantasy anymore. Okay, there we go. All right, later, guys.
Okay, that is that's Fern gone. Unfortunately, because of the way we've currently got our life scheduled with work, with the show in mind at the time, moving the show times to accommodate Fern, especially when his work is volatile, is not a very good option. So this unfortunately is a problem that will not have a solution until Fern gets some consistency.
Yeah, it's a little bit intractable right now. There's not really any good solution.
Yeah, the only way it gets fixed is Fern gets some consistency in his schedule, and then we could start working something if we needed to move the time. But that would still be a multi-week or multi-month process because me and Vol would have to rejigger our weekly schedules as well, our sleep schedules. So yeah, it's we are aware. We are trying to bring you guys the Fern. We know the Fern is necessary to stop us, but for now, it be what it be. So we will endeavor to get you more Fern in the future. Right. So Taewyn, her other gimmick is she has a skill that's very useful that applies a mess of debuffs on the enemy for a moderate period of time. Not the longest application of all the characters, but moderate. So they're not super short, but they're not going to last forever. Unless you take her skill that has a 5-minute cooldown at the start of the fight and can oh, and by the way, these skills can only be used once, period, in the fight, no matter what. Once you use them once, they go on cooldown forever and you can't use them again. And her skill is interesting because instead of being as gimmicky as Seifon's, where he just charges everybody's super meter to 100%, Taewyn extends the current duration of all debuffs on the enemy by 45 seconds. All of them. Except for hard stuns. Those get extended to like 10 or 15 seconds. So, very interesting that they're trying that out. I imagine in there's some cheeseball meta comp that can abuse it. Maybe with 4 Taewons. But yeah, you don't need to play any kind of meta comp in Relink to get through the games pretty. So even Lucilia's fight is perfectly doable if you played Final Fantasy before, because it's all circles and lines, all circles and lines. So yeah, that is Relink. Not a whole lot to write home about it. We just dipped our toes in to get the characters unlocked and put it back on the shelf. It's a fun game. I enjoyed my time with it, but I kind of went really hard on it, and I'm kind of burnt. So I am at present just kind of letting it sit for a bit. I'll let it get a few updates, and I'll check back in, and call that one done. I think, but definitely already got my money's worth out of it. And if they release a sequel, hopefully they learn from their troubled development and what worked and what didn't in the game, and can make an even better Monster Hunter Lite, which will be very nice to have if they release it in the interim between two Monster Hunter releases, like they did with this one. And I like the Grand Blue characters. I've just grown really fond of the Grand Blue characters in general from the time I've spent in the last 4 months or so with them hovering around in my
Even
life.
Keg.
Yeah,
Even Keg.
even Kag, because Kag, for all of Kag's degeneracy and sweatiness in Rising, has the best skin I've ever seen in a mobile game. And it's a sticker, and it's their alternate pose if somebody's using Kag in the lobby. I will dig this up. Most people have probably seen it. Page where they keep the skins. Where would this one? There it is. Copy image, live show chat. There you go. Her joke Christmas skin is the best thing ever. So I have trouble Rising does not have a very how do I put this? Its community is very self-contained within the game itself. It's very hard to Google stuff from this just from the game. Like you're more likely to find stuff on like Discord's GIF searcher than digging it up in on Google or on any of the normal social media sites. Like, does it pull up anything? No. Oh, no. Still can't find the Rising version of the sled. But if you're in the lobby as Kag, they turn into the sled, and the sled is hilarious. So for that, I can forgive Kag. Although Kag players push so many dang buttons and put so many traps everywhere and limit your movement when you're playing movement-heavy characters that yes, I do get quite nettled when I play good Kags online. Let's see, what else? We can use that to transition to the other bit of Grand Blue this week, which was Rising, which was not actually very much gameplay, but a whole lot of war crimes. Really just... I send Fern an archive of these occasionally during the week if he's not responding to me. But the war crimes continued, and my notoriety as a criminal has also continued. Where I am getting more and more responses to my bad Anila puns and getting that engagement. Although I'm not sure it's the type of engagement one would normally want.
But the sudden scream happened again just now.
Un momento. We'll endeavor to fix this. It's got to be I think I know what it is. I think my mic cable is starting to get a short in it because I've had it forever. The cable that plugs in this Yeti.
I see. It
And
could be.
I've moved the mic back to the original position, so my voice may be a little quieter or a little bit distorted. But it hopefully should prevent any high volume screams. Yeah, because there's nothing in real life that's making the screaming noise, and I'm not talking any louder than normal. So, yeah. I've my notoriety continues to grow in the versus community as the Anila pun guy, or infamy, I suppose. but there are noticeably less feet posts around the time that I post my pun because people are busy responding to my sheep puns instead of
Well, even if
posting
you
feet.
say that, you've sent me screenshots of people responding to your sheep puns where it doesn't matter if they are talking about feet or not because their name is about armpits.
Yes, you cannot escape that. Yeah, you boys, Fairy Walkie and Armpit something are there. Belial front shots. And yeah. They just some of them goon for Grimnir Pits.
Why?
I just don't know. Oh yeah. But what we have seen, and I posted this in news, so I remember to mention it. What we have seen this week in particular in both games has been an influx of newbies. Not a big one, but a moderate one. And a bunch of them are people who mostly play the mobile game. And so I'll see the lobbies, or when it's one lobby at normal times, it'll have like usually about 40 to 50 people in it. Unless it's way early in the morning, then nobody's in the lobby. Everybody just plays in private rooms. Whereas it would be 40 to 50 before. It's been regularly 70 to 80 and forcing multiple lobbies to open at off hours for North American lobbies. And in Rising. And Relink was able to get matches very quickly. Part of that's probably because of the patch, but also it appears that a bunch of the quick quests I was doing when I did a few of them just for funsies were all brand new players doing the intro quests, and I was scaled all the way down to their power level. And that is because right now, Relink and Versus Rising Standard Edition are bundled at a 15% discount on Steam. So people that play the mobile game and want the exclusive codes that come from buying the game, because I don't know how to get them, but they apparently exist. They just brought in a whole bunch of people that don't normally play. So I bumped into a few of them in the lobbies, and I don't play them, but I'll say hey to them and give them a "You are great" sticker or something after spectating one of their matches or something. You know, just try and be nice to them, encourage them to keep playing, because Rising has a bit of a learning curve especially if you're used to other fighting games. Not to mention if you're totally new to fighting games, because you have to adjust to simple inputs, and while that's overall a great thing, it does take a bit to get. And learning that you just can't jump in this game without being at high risk to yourself. A lot of new players are just going to keep getting whopped. So yeah, Sheep Ventures have been mixed. In casual matches, I've been having a lot of success with Sheep in Rising. In ranked matches, not so much. And part of this is because of the way the ranking system works in Rising, which, until you get to S rank, it works perfectly fine. As long as you go in and you you go into your match history whenever you run into an AFKer or a bot and just blacklist it so that you won't be matched against it anymore. Because there are a lot of those in B rank. But you just blacklist those whenever you get them and go back into matchmaking. And the matchmaking system works fairly good up through A rank. At S rank is where master rank characters, alt characters default to. So as you rank up, the lowest rank for all your other characters gets brought up so that you don't go Smurf killing, basically. You don't need a master rank player playing in C rank for any reason, because the simple matchup knowledge that a meaty heavy attack on Wake Up will beat anything that isn't a DP that spins 50 meter is not something a new player in C rank is going to understand, and they're just going to get whopped. and they can do that with literally any character. And they're not going to understand the properties of the dashing light attack and how it's a good approach tool for every character, and they're just going to get bullied. They're going to get corner bullied. They're going to get DP baited, and it's going to be a bad time. It does not matter what character they're playing because these are universal mechanics to every single character in the game. So they raise your rating for all your characters that are not your main character to be within about 2 ranks of your highest ranked characters, so that you're not bullying too hard when you go into rank play at the lower ranks. If you get a character to master rank, all of your alternate characters are placed in S rank. At S rank, win streak bonuses stop. So you just have to win more than you lose. All the way through every division of S rank, from S5 to S1, and then pass a best 3 out of 5 exam match series against S+ people to rank up. I have yo-yoed across S rank so many times on both of my mains that it's been driving me bananas, because it's total luck who you get. Sometimes you get a master rank player that just knows the fundamentals way too good at the game, and it's just going to body you no matter what. They just know the matchup better. And this is very common. I'd say about 30 to 40% of the time you're going to get this. And other times you get a master rank player who genuinely just doesn't have a handle on the character they're trying out, and just are trying it out for fun. And you can usually have an even match, or sometimes even wreck them. And then you get other people who are legitimately at S rank, and the skill pool on that varies wildly. Because we're all stuck in this same hell of having to chew through the master rank people and their alts. So progressing through S rank has been a trial.
I mean, this kind of seems like a weird kind of, oh well, you have to be S rank week 1 or go home.
Yeah, like the people that punch through the S rank early, because S+ isn't nearly as bad. You get a fairly gradual skill curve through S rank, S+ rank, and S++ rank all the way to master. And once you hit master, you don't D-rank anymore. That character cannot D-rank anymore. You're master forever. So they kind of screwed us S rankers here in quite hard. I can regularly in the lobby beat orange box S+ rank people on their characters and play at their level. In S rank though, it's just a total crapshoot if you're going to get a master or not. And the difference between a master and an S+ or S++ rank person is huge. Somebody that actually knows what they're doing is just going to know all the holes in your block strings and know how to punish and take their turn back for every single matchup. They have tens of thousands of games in this game. I have played a lot over the 5 months the game has been out. Like, a lot. And I have 3,000 games under my belt. That's a lot of games. These people have more than 5 times that and are actively labbing and studying the matchups.
They have jobs?
Yeah, these are people that must not work. So yeah, it's a mess in punching through a master. But S+, anybody that's S to S++, you'll find a pretty wide range of skill there, but we're not perfect. You'll still see errors in our play. We'll still make mistakes. We're not people that know every single matchup backwards and forwards. And we'll miss the meaty setup when you're waking up. We won't set up a command grab setup right, and we'll miss the timing on it. We'll drop our combos occasionally. Stuff that a normal human being will do. And this happens all the way up to S++ tier. But at master rank, that grab just don't happen anymore. And these people might as well be playing on a different planet. So them playing their alts in S rank just means you're fighting the most uphill battle of all time and just hoping that their lack of knowledge of the character they're actually playing is going to be the thing that decides it. And this has made it very hard to climb on Anila, because Anila is really popular right now after her buffs moved her up to the top of playable tier, and maybe the bottom of good tier. She's not an S tier like Lancelot or Siegfried or Seox right now, but she's bottom of A, top of B after her buffs, and so she's really popular right now because she's the funny sheep girl, and people like the funny sheep girl. I like the funny sheep girl, but it also means everybody knows how to fight against the funny sheep girl. And setting up her overhead quick bounces and her sheep throws and her full screen confirms is very, very difficult against master rank players that have seen this a million times. And you just have to react to them pushing a button, and that's very, very hard because Anila is a lot of things. Fast is not one of them.
Fluffy though.
Yes. So I have had much more luck with Charlotta, who, given her just wide range of toolbox abilities she has, or just massive kit she has for dealing with various situations and easy to mix up approach options and ways to condition the opponent. You can get a master rank player to start making mistakes with Charlotta by forcing them to block the overhead over and over again, and then doing a surprise command grab to finish the match.
Or just being racist.
You got to be forever pure first. Only the pure can be racist. But yeah, I still really enjoy playing the game. I still really enjoy playing Charlotta. I love running casual matches in the lobby with people. It's just a fun fighting game to play. I have not been going as ham on it lately because I don't want to burn out on the game, and so I've probably only played about 50, not even 50, probably like 30 matches this week. But did get Charlotta to S4, so we are slowly finally making progress on that front. Very slowly. I'm 20% the way through S4 onto S3. But once I break out of S rank hell, I wonder how fast I'll blitz through S plus and S plus plus. I'll probably get hard stopped at S plus plus for a while again, because that's where mistakes start to become minimal. But by then I should have enough.
Committed to it?
As a passive background project now. It's not my most active project right now, because I do enjoy the game, but it's something I'll probably take light for about another month or two, and then after it's had some time and the new patch comes out with Beatrix and the player population gets a nice boost, I'll give it a shot again. That'll be at the end of this month, start of next month, I think. I think it's start of May. So yeah, that's Rising. I've had nothing but praise to say about this game since it came out. I just really like what it does. I like the characters. It's Cygames characterization, so you know what you're getting into if you played any of their games before. You know, the funny sheep pun girl and Charlotta are fun. Bullying Ladivas with all their trans flag BS, because Ladiva is currently Ladiva tier in the game, and has fallen below the Raga in the tier list, is always a good time.
How does that feel? Being below the Raga?
Yeah. People are saying it's because Ladiva's kid is bad, but for a grappler in this game, they don't... Like, he just doesn't seem that bad. Like, you go up against them, and it's fine. My characters hard counter it, because one of them has strong zoning tools, and one of them is a little gremlin that buzzsaws all over their face before they can have a chance to do a command grab. I'm usually just out of point-blank melee range, so their grabs will whiff. Other characters, though, don't do that. If you're fighting Grands or Jitas or anybody that's not a keep-away character, they're going to be at point-blank melee range with plenty of opportunity for you to get your command grabs out.
Well, I mean, but wasn't that that was basically the problem with Yule initially, wasn't it?
Yeah, like
you needed to be at point blank range to do anything, to set anything up, to get anything going, and in the initial launch, that was just not practical because of Dashing Light.
Yeah, Dashing Light. But yeah, they're saying Ladiva is now Ladiva tier even post Dashing Light super nerfs, and I just don't see that. I think the real thing with Ladiva is people don't want to play Ladiva because the way the English localizes it plays the Okama more like a trans individual than an Okama. Like, the joke is that Ladiva is...
It's not like they acknowledge any difference.
Yeah. Like, the joke of Ladiva's character, like, Charlotta's joke is she is short. and has a complex about it and likes, Skylander McDonald's Happy Meals. The joke with Ladiva is an Okama with the most manly man features and body build of all time.
Which is the way every gag Okama in Japanese fiction is done.
Yeah.
Like this is a very standard archetype. This is
Yeah.
as standard as a tsundere with thigh highs and twin tails.
Yeah. So that is the joke. And the localization just misses it and plays none of it for laughs and has no tone in the writing at all that this is supposed to be, funny. And Ladiva is just treated like one of the girls instead of an Okama. So yeah. Bullying
I
them,
thought
however, is
that, like
funny.
the thing is that this must be deliberate. I don't think it's a mistake, because pretty much everybody working in that industry is probably well acquainted with One Piece, and One Piece was the introduction of that archetype for a lot of people.
Oh, with Imperio, what's his name?
I don't remember the guy with the freaking swan attached to him.
Oh, that guy. I was thinking of the dude with the big head.
I don't remember. I haven't watched One Piece. I haven't watched any. I was never a follower of One Piece, and I haven't watched any of it in like a decade.
Same.
But yeah. At any rate, that was the because I mean he kept talking about Okamas as well. Like that character to which I refer held that being an Okama was his sort of like philosophy of life,
Mm-hmm.
and so he was every conceivable stereotype. So there is no way that somebody who is of the generation that would be familiar with that, working in that sort of cultural sphere industry, is not going to know what the deal actually is. So this strikes me as a misappropriation, a deliberate misappropriation of a character for an agenda.
I think that at this point, if you're in California and surrounded by this stuff nonstop, it is just the brainwashing is so deep and thorough, you might not be able to see the difference anymore.
Like longtime MiHoYo fans,
Yeah, like it is.
they just the idea of a straight relationship is just totally alien to them. They don't understand what that is.
Yeah. So I think the phenomenon of Ladiva being low tier and not a lot of people playing Ladiva is because he's people just don't like the trans messaging stuck on top of Ladiva. They don't want anything to do with it. It's too weird. I think that because grappler characters, it doesn't matter if he actually is the worst character in the game. He's the main grappler character in the game. Grappler is an archetype in every single fighting game that will have people playing it, regardless of how good it is. There will be Potemkins and Geefs forever. It doesn't matter how good they are. And
I tried playing Taiga and I was never able to get the hang of it.
There are Tager enthusiasts that even when he was rock bottom tier, took him to tournaments and got him to top 8.
I mean, you can do it. I've seen it happen, but I can't. I can't get to grips with it.
Yep. Incidentally, every character got adjustments in the relink update, mostly buffs, except for Charlotta, because she's already perfect.
She's pure. She's pure like that.
Forever racist. But it is it bad that like a good at least 40% of the reason I'm still playing Charlotta is because I just like hearing forever pure, forever racist go smack Ladivas in the face.
Is she actually short for her race or not?
She is like 1 or 2 inches shorter than average by not very much. Her profile will insist that this is average height for a Harvin, though, even though it's a couple inches shorter than average.
Well, I mean, the Happy Meal thing probably doesn't help.
No, but she hates that she loves Happy Meals. She has, in fact, explicitly banned her order from mentioning that she likes Happy Meals to any outsiders. And discussion of it within the order is also forbidden. But everybody knows. Yeah. Also does not help that the Lumiel order seems full of a bunch of super twee girls that love to play dress up with their captain and put her in the cutest outfits possible.
Well, she is adorable, so I can't say I blame them.
Yeah. I like the Harvins much better than I do the Lalafell for your midget race. They're just they don't have as much of the potato proportions. They just
Well, I think that the Lalafells, I feel, are supposed to be sort of a little bit iffy.
yeah.
Like everything about them is supposed to sort of strike about 30 degrees away from your expectations.
Yeah. But the Harvins are just short people. But they're short people with pointy ears.
Pringles, man.
They do have the Pringles man, who I still don't understand or know how to play.
I saw you give Ibu an absolute drubbing as Pringles man.
That's because he doesn't know what Pringles man is going to do either. We're playing slot machine whenever I push a button. Yeah, Ibu is a dedicated fairy main, and if he ever sits down and goes through ranked, he will be the bane of everyone's existence.
Ghostfactory.jpg.
Yeah, fairy is the best of the keep away lot in the game, and he plays fairy almost exclusively. He is a hard fairy main with I
He's
think
a hardcore armpits enthusiast.
well, he's a hardcore back enthusiast for as much as he raw supers me. But yeah, canonically, it is according to the lore in game, fairy's back is considered beautiful by all the characters that care about that stuff. So
Well, I mean, it's nice as backs go, I guess.
yeah, she does like to show it off a lot in her outfit. So yeah, he's I've got a lot of practice fighting against fairy, and so whenever I go into every fairy, we'll start with a standing medium attack. A standing far medium on fairy reaches almost full screen and is almost a guaranteed hit to throw the opponent off their game and stop their approach and let you take your setup instead.
Actually, if that opponent is Raga.
I have 2,000 games against fairy. What I do is every time I see a fairy, there's a mechanic called spot dodge. You press they have a dedicated guard button you can press or you can hold back, but if you press back and guard at the same time, you do a little back step and are invulnerable for a few frames. You're slightly vulnerable at the startup and afterward, but if you press it right away against the fairy and they're mashing that standing medium button, it'll go right through you. And they don't know what to do. It's really, really funny, because you can immediately get in their face and start corner bullying them. And as long as you bait their DPs and get, if you go for the gamble and get one hard read, there's nothing they can do. They'll waste their meter, they won't be able to DP again, and you can corner bully to victory. And I do this to every single fairy that I run into in ranked, because they're not used to people that have 2,000 games against a fairy.
So basically, you look like you're smurfing against them.
Yes, because I know the Charlotta and Anila fairy matchup. I could probably do it by sound effects alone. My brain is, no joke, conditioned to anytime I hear a fairy say GG, I will go forward skill ultimate button and to the skill boosted ultimate buzzsaw to just get GG gone. And if you make GG go away, fairies just kind of stand there and like, what do? I don't have GG. And then you push them in the corner and you beat them up.
But Ghost Factory.
They still Ghost Factory even while getting beat up. Just have to get ready for Beppo. Because Blue Beppo is a DP. But as soon as they get 50 meter, every fairy is going to try and Blue Beppo to get you off of them. So you just walk up like you're going to do a block string like normal. Don't push a button. And just spot dodge. And Beppo goes right through you. And then you resume corner bully.
I haven't spent as much time watching your gameplay as in previous weeks, but it seems to me like the number of Veras has dropped precipitously.
Yeah. One of the weeks you were watching, she was on the free rotation.
Right.
So there are a lot of free-to-play players. And
I
They,
mean, if it's working out for them commercially, I'm happy with that because it gives a lot of people an opportunity to try it out.
yeah. So they switch. You get grand plus 3 characters that rotate every week, and if there's a major tournament, it'll always be the top 3 of that tournament. Which Charlotta's only time as a free character was when our one hero from the U.S., whose name I forget, took Lotta through all the top tiers, all the way to 3rd place at the U.S. Arc System Works Championship. So yeah, it's still a good time playing that game. I still continue to give it my endorsement and recommendations, but it has definitely slowed down for me. I don't want to burn myself out. We got Beatrix coming out soon-ish, and we should be getting announcements on the next 2 characters either at her release or shortly before it. And yeah, the game is still alive. It's got peak player times. You're looking at about on just Steam, and you got to remember it's cross-platform. So and fighting games are mostly a console genre still. So Steam only accounts for about half the player base at most. You get about 4,000, 5,000 people online at absolute peak times on the weekends, which ain't bad.
I mean, that's pretty good for this long in its life cycle. Like, if it's going to go the flash and the pan route, you would expect it to be down in the hundreds by now.
Yeah, and
It seems to have carved out a little niche for itself. Whether that'll last for more than like an Evo or 2 is questionable. I guess it depends on. It's not a rational conclusion, but I feel like so much of the FGC's mood depends on what is Street Fighter doing right now.
no, that's pretty reasonable because historically that has been a good indicator of how well other games will do.
Like, if a Street Fighter comes out in a given window, that basically is like locusts descending upon all of the not Street Fighter fighting games that are currently in circulation.
Yeah, and Rising has held up surprisingly well against Street Fighter 6. I guess because it's really the only new anime fighter option that's fun to play and is accessible.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically inevitable, right? Like, a lot of people, like, as many people as have joined Guilty Gear as in this last cycle, as many people have left because they're annoyed about the Bridget thing. Like, it's hard to see from our end of the world, but the Japanese player base responded extremely poorly. Like, everybody that they gained was a tourist, and everybody that they lost was a long-time Japanese GG fan.
Yeah, and GG is definitely more of a Japanese pull. It's got its Western fan base, but it's not anywhere close to as big as the Japanese.
But most
base.
of its Western fan base aren't engaged with the game per se. They're engaged with the music, which is great, the lore, which is interesting, and the sort of the visual direction, which is great as well. They aren't playing the game, which is what keeps it alive.
Yeah.
The Western ones are slanted really heavily in that direction compared to the really strong Japanese fan base. And the Japanese fan base has been hollowed out by what they see as a cultural betrayal. Because from what I have heard, what I've been able to discern from online, the Japanese view that law change to Bridget as a deliberate and willful abandonment of the Japanese player base for the Western one. They see this as the Western market's fault. And they're not wrong, but they see this as like a deliberate abdication of their responsibilities to the Japanese culture by Arc System Works. And there's no going back from there. And since Arc System Works have lost the guy who was making BlazBlue happen, it means that they basically have gone through what looks like to me the last successful cycle that they're going to have.
Yeah.
Of those major franchises. They cashed in their chips to be progressive. Yeah. And they're going to start to rub up against the go broke side of the equation.
That's nothing to say that that doesn't even mention that Strive for longtime Guilty Gear players has been relatively poorly received from what I understand for its gameplay. People just don't like it as much. And and most of the super hardcore older GG players are going back to Guilty Gear Xrd.
There's a lot of really great things to like about that franchise. Like even like the really popular, well known things are they're like popular for a reason. Like Elfelt's theme song is just an incredible piece of gaming composition. It's really fun, and that's why it's so well known. But like you just wasted all of that goodwill just for a couple of progressive points from people who don't care about you.
Yeah,
Why do people do this over and over again?
because it gets them a boost in the short term, and they don't realize that these people are tourists. That the people that are gonna that when you adopt
That excuse, there has to be an end to that excuse because people have been using that excuse since 2015. Like sooner or later, there will no longer be an excuse for I didn't know they were tourists. I didn't know they weren't going to buy the product.
Because the other option is not one that'll ever get fixed. It's just the death of the company. That's the optimistic. The other one is they genuinely buy into this. And given that Arc System Works is still the majority of its company is still Japanese, the development teams are still Japanese. I don't think that's true. But I could see how Arc System Works could get baited into that in the Western market, especially because this is their first time really doing that.
And there's probably also a certain amount of prevailing sort of like overhead pressure from Sony California.
Yeah. Sony
When
California.
you become entangled with a big company like that, they get a lot of clout.
Mm-hmm.
And they're just going to apply sort of like an ambient conformance pressure.
Yeah, they may send, even if ESG may not be being used directly, they may have an equivalent of ESG they're sending down that you have to meet certain diversity quotas in your game, and them spinning the Bridget thing as a way to meet that may be part of it. Who knows?
To edge into a sort of a newsish topic, this has been really evident in the Stellar Blade debacle. Like, I don't know if it's deliberate, but this has been a real progressive masterstroke, right? Like, the power of Sony forced Stellar Blade to bend to the knee, right? And I don't know why anybody thought this wouldn't happen, because I've quietly thought this would happen the entire time, was that Sony would step in and say, no, the only type of sexualization you are allowed is Last of Us 2. That's the only kind that's allowed in any video game. So you're going to censor it. And they did. They censored their edgier outfits. And this is what I expected to happen, because this is what, ever since Sony betrayed the Japanese audience, and make no mistake, the Japanese audience view Sony as traitors. Like, and I don't mean traitors in the limited sense of being a game. They recognize it as a foreign entity that has declared war on Japan. That is how they are viewed. They're viewed as malefactors, not just a business. So, ever since then, it has been very evident that Sony of America is going to deploy their pressure to make things more progressive. And they did it to Stellar Blade. Stellar Blade talked a big game about releasing it uncensored, but in the end they were forced to censor, and in the end they adopted all the same talking points, saying, oh, well, no, it was always our original vision to look like this. The only reason that you've got the uncensored version of the game because you refused to connect to the internet to patch it is that's just coincidence. It was never meant to look like that. Everybody knows that's not true. The thing is, why people were excited about Stellar Blade is that Stellar Blade was, to them, to like your average gamer playing those games, it represented a counterpoint to the all women must be ugly approach that had been forced through by Last of Us 2 logic, where every woman has to look like a trans. You aren't allowed to have women who are naturally pretty. Never mind the fact that the main character of Stellar Blade is like a beat-for-beat scan-in of a real model. So what that game represented to a lot of people was, oh, this game, we want it to be popular because the female lead is attractive. Post-censorship, the female lead is still attractive. She's sort of like an iconic image of, like, this is what a beautiful Korean woman looks like. The problem is now it's got censorship in it. And the reason why this is a cunning, if probably not entirely deliberate, play by the progressives at Sony of America is that you've only got two options left. Either you endorse the game, validating Sony's censorship because you bought it anyway, even though it had been censored, or you don't buy the game and thereby validating Sony's opinion that actually the market only likes ugly trans women. So they get you coming and going. If you buy in, then you're buying into their censorship. If you don't buy in, you're buying into their idea that the market actually only likes trans women and doesn't like beautiful women. So yeah, it's become a real issue, and this is just all their deranged politics working out. The only real consolation is that this is like there is an absolute limit on this logic of about 30 years. Like if everything goes their way and they obtain absolute cultural hegemony, you've only got about 30 years of lifespan before it just dies because it's not sustainable. But that's not really much consolation right now. A lot of things are like this. Like I hold the unpopular opinion that Protestantism is a dead letter, for instance, because there are certain things that have just got lifespans. The United States of America has a lifespan of about 300 years. When 300 years are up, the United States of America will disappear. Same thing has happened to every empire of a similar type. The lifespan of a religion is about 500 years, if it's not the Catholic Church, and it's not like, I mean, if you look at the Jews, their way of approaching their religion cycles every 500 years. If you look at the Muslims, their way of approaching religion cycles every 500 years. Protestantism is about 500 years old, so it's going to metamorphose into a totally different form sometime in the very near future. The only religion that hasn't is the Catholic Church, although you could make a cogent argument that certain things have changed. But in the case of the trans ideology, the gender ideology, it's only got a lifespan of 30 years at maximum from hegemony. That if they become the dominant force, they simply have to die on the vine because they can't not. So even if they win, they lose in the long term. But unfortunately, we have to sit here and watch in the meantime.
Yeah, that's the entirety of our adult lives.
Which sucks. But
But,
it is the way it is. I mean that's why, you know, games have just skewed massively far in the eastern direction of like more and more and more and more, is because people know what they're getting there. They're getting a slightly older version of culture. So the sort of like unpleasant but deliciously ironic outworking of that is that all of the LGBT obsessives, the gender theorists, the gender ideologues, they all play things like Genshin Impact and Honkai Star Rail and constantly try and convince themselves and everybody else that all the characters are gay. Because even they hate these ugly characters. They won't play those other games. None of those idiots play Last of Us 2. None of them want to see Neil Druckmann railing a tranny. That's not what they want in their lives. They want the beautiful characters that are in the Japanese games and the games that are explicitly aping Japanese style. They just want to turn them all gay so that they don't get in trouble for being homophobic. So the whole concept is just a dead letter. Like it's the return ticket has already been stamped. This ideology will end up dead in the grave the way it did before. Like it never really got to work itself out fully because it did occur in Weimar Germany back in the 30s. But there was a big war after that, and then the entirety of culture in the West reoriented itself around to the Holocaust legend. And before YouTube bans us, I'm not saying that the Holocaust didn't take place. I'm saying that the Holocaust as an idea has now achieved mythic status. That the culture of the world builds itself around that. And this, rather than giving any commentary on that specifically, Fern would be so mad if he could hear this, but rather than giving any commentary around that specifically, it is more that is a cultural touchstone around which the thinking of the West has organized itself in order to go softly around certain topics. And that basically put gender ideology on ice until now. But that means that a certain portion of gender ideology's lifespan was already expended. So even though a little bit of it got paid back, hopefully we'll see the end of this soon because people are getting upset about that. New Zealand has had a number of places successfully getting Drag Queen Story Hour banned without any kind of legislative action, simply by public pushback. It didn't require any intervention from any government body or any local council or anything like that. It just got cancelled because they realised that people hated it.
Yeah.
We've got some political actors in our country who are wealthy and don't care about anything except getting rid of modernism. So we've had some success on that front simply by harnessing the public will, and I think that is going to play out across every industry, across every area in entertainment and public life generally. I think we're going to see that this disease that is currently shot through gaming, it has a short lifespan left before, even though the companies I don't think will ever get to the point of realizing that it was a bad idea because most of the people who are capable of that have been replaced. I think that its time in the marketplace will come to an end, and it won't take too many more years. I hope it will happen within our lifetime. There's no way of knowing for sure if it will.
I am of the... This is purely because I refuse to accept the alternative, because I'm that things will just be terrible forever. But I don't think it'll quite take the full 30 years for this particular ideology to burn out. I think
Well, the thing is, I'm saying that 30 years is the maximum possible lifespan. The same way a human being has a maximum lifespan of 121 years, roughly.
Yeah.
And but people don't actually live that long, right? Most people live to 75.
My mom's doctor made it up to 120s.
The 30 years that I cited is the absolute lifespan, simply because that encompasses about 1.5 cycles of people reaching fertility from birth, while also accounting this for the fact that gays and trannies can't make more people. End of story. Only ideology can.
Well,
and so you're going to have a cycle of people who will see the entire lifespan of people who are engaged with this ideology play out and see them descend into the depths of utmost misery as a result.
Yeah. It's this to me has there is no numbers behind this feeling. It's just an observation I made. Well, the amount of media has been radically increasing that represents the alphabet people to attempt to deter the Susan censors. As goodness knows, we've already set up enough for them to flag.
I wonder if it feels bad to be the current CEO of YouTube since everybody only ever thinks of Susan.
Yeah.
Like, nobody's ever going to remember you, dude. I don't know what your name is. Nobody knows what your name is. Everybody remembers Susan.
Yeah. It feels like at a cultural point right now, being alphabet has kind of reached, okay, that's mainstream. That's the norm now. You're not cool anymore. You're not unique. You're not special.
But it's sort of like male homosexuals around the turn of the millennium.
Yeah. I think all the alphabet people have now crested that point on the mountain. And I've noticed a sharp public pushback rather suddenly from the in the last post-Coof era, mostly. That has...
Well, I mean, if you look at what's happened in the post-Coof era in the UK, right? The UK government is banning prescription of puberty blockers.
Mm-hmm.
And this is like the ultra far left Tory government of the UK. And I know that there's lots of lefties who would get upset about me calling the Tories ultra far left, but they are ultra far left. They're the most progressive government in UK history. What are you going to say? But they banned puberty blockers, and they forced the other, even more progressive, devolved parliaments of the UK to follow suit.
Yeah. So everybody that wasn't totally captured in college by this idea, or didn't get isn't daily indoctrinated by it by living in a progressive hellhole city, has just changed their mind. They've had an awakening moment, it seems. Just not in a moment, but just they've just kind of the straws have added up and the camel's back has broken. Where they're just have they used to be okay, I don't really care what they do. People do weird stuff all the time, whatever. And that has morphed into okay, now they're actively infiltrating everything I do and everything I consume, everything I enjoy, and are trying to tell me what to do. Okay, that's a line, no more. You're on the outs now.
Yeah, I started to see normies complaining about that stuff. Like, and I think that the big mistake made by the progressives was that they made the assumption that just because normie opinion is easily molded means that they don't have any opinions of their own. But the reality is we all have our animal instincts, and the animal instinct of revulsion to abnormality is very, very deep.
And
Like
the
the
revulsion to poop
just-
dick is really, really revulsive.
yeah, I mean that's it's like, you know, it's famous studies have been done on the topic, right? The study that the revulsion instinct for seeing putrefied meat is the same revulsion instinct that somebody sees when that somebody feels when they see two men kissing. Like that is something that is coded very, very deep. You can't get rid of it just by telling people that they're bad for feeling that way, because it is in their biology to feel that way. It's the same as being afraid of being burned. Like there's no way of suppressing something that is fear of the dark level.
Yeah, it's So I think we've crested the mountain on its popularity. I think we will continue to see probably about half a decade to a decade more of it being dominant in media, and after that, its life will be up. You won't be able to bank on it anymore. It will have expended its political usefulness. It'll have expended its social currency. People won't be able to use it to get victim points anymore. And then we got to protect Nahida at all costs because her demographic is probably next.
Yeah, I mean the thing is that we're going to have to wrestle our way through this cycle, right? There's still, you know, the final boss hasn't been fought yet. Like I don't know whether the final boss will be children or animals, but it's going to be one of those two.
Must keep Nahida safe.
Yeah, must protect and care. But yeah, it's unfortunately, I feel like my instinct is that we have seen the greater era of Guilty Gear be sacrificed on this altar.
Yeah,
Because they really needed their Japanese fan base and they betrayed them.
I attribute the excuse I gave before to Arc System Works because this is the first time they've really done this. Their fighting game franchises generally don't mess with, and aside from gags, they don't really mess with the concept of gender or sexuality very much. In the times there are relationships, they're usually very straightforward and usually not shown on. Like I marrying Dizzy, for instance. Him develop.
Well, that's sort of generally about as wholesome as you can hope for.
Yeah, and accidentally winding up with Soul as his father-in-law, which to both of them is the worst thing in the world, and them not realizing it till they're already working together at the climax. But that's where they used to go with this stuff. Bridget had the Chihiro Fujisaki story before, for those that need a reminder. Bridget was a boy, well, slightly different origin, but the same outcome. He was a boy born to a pair of twins. This was considered unlucky and taboo in his region of the world he came from. So his parents said that they were born as fraternal twins and that Bridget was a girl, and raised him as a girl. As he grew up, he didn't want to live under the shadow of his brother and his parents, so he struck out to become a bounty hunter to prove his manliness, and would return home once he felt he was sufficiently manly enough to show up his family. This backstory has been taken, crumpled up like a piece of rotted toilet paper, and flushed down the toilet.
And the thing is that it would be one thing if this was a new character, but they've been proceeding forward with the storyline for so long. Like, in terms of like our real life years, a very, very long time.
Yeah, Bridget's been in since He's been in the game for like over 12 years. He's been
That's
before
a
Xrd.
That's a lot of time to just throw in the bin.
Yeah. Now Bridget is a very minor character. Their character story never made much progress, but it was always their backstory for forever. And Bridget was a relatively popular character because people that didn't know Bridget's backstory just thought Bridget was cute, and people that did, well, they like yo-yos, I guess. But yeah, they just took that backstory, crumpled it up, and invented a whole new progressive one at the cost of Bridget's character and to capitulate to the American market and the cultural ideals of the big cities in California. And it's a whole cloth new fabrication too. They just, this was not a simple retcon. This was a rewrite. They took the old backstory and it is gone now. It has been replaced with some new progressive gobbledygook that doesn't make sense if you play the older games. And character legacy is important. That if you take it outside the spectrum of this stuff, even if it was just them crumpling up Bridget's backstory as a fan favorite character, I would wager that there would still be a moderate amount of uprising, similar to what we had with Dino, because it's so disrespectful to the character to start them over and turn them into something else.
Well, that's what I've observed. Like, I've observed this online. Like, there was like a tiny smattering of praise for the move from the usual suspects, and just like a wave of just absolute rejection from the bulk fandom. It's like it was not, I don't like what you have done with this character either. Like, that's what you would expect in a naive first order reaction. But the actual reaction I saw was not, I don't like what you've done with this character. It's like, I can see what you're trying to do to this character, and I don't like that. It's you that I don't like. It's not your actions.
Yeah, it's like you have personally gone out of your way to destroy something that I held dear once and replace it with something entirely new. You could have just made a new character to fit this same socket, but instead you chose
The
to
thing
destroy.
I think that's distinctive is that the bulk population of people playing this game are not just seeing the action that is done. They see the reason that it is done.
Yeah,
And that's their first instinct. There was no confusion about why it was done, followed by realization. It was like the move was made, and the fandom immediately leapt to the conclusion of what the motivation was. It went straight from action to motivation. It was not objecting to what they've done to the story and then uncovering why. It was like, I see what you're doing and I know already why you are doing it, and it means that you're a bad person. It means that you always intended to violate what we held dear. It's not that you have now, it's that you are the sort of person that does. They have made this, and this is why I hold the opinion that they've killed their own IP, is that they, as Arc System Works, have committed this act. This is not something that is now wrong with Guilty Gear. This is something that is now wrong with Arc System Works, because they are being held responsible directly for this. This is not one team, this is not one action. This is an ideology, and people have immediately identified it as such. They have not identified it as a bad action, they have identified that there are bad actors.
yeah. Central Fiction onwards, the writing has been on the wall with Arc System Works. When they, despite the praise for the BlazBlue dub, and the continued moderate success of it over here in the West, it wasn't a huge success. BlazBlue was still fairly niche, but it still made a profit. Central Fiction came out over here, and despite the growing popularity of the franchise and fighting games as a whole, barely tied Chrono Phantasma because it didn't have a dub, because they just totally lost touch, I guess, over here. And that was a warning sign that they didn't quite understand the Western market and might be up to shenanigans, and decided it wasn't worth it there. And then they did then Blaze Blue's creator left because Blue Team, who had been making the Blaze Blue games, has been pigeonholed into making their spin-off games, basically. Any franchise that wants to co-opt a Arc System Works to make them a fighting game, Blue Team makes the fighting game. And for those that don't know, Arc System Works traditionally was divided into Red Team that worked on Guilty Gear and only Guilty Gear, and Blue Team that worked on Blaze Blue and everything else.
You had a little bit of scream distortion again just then.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, folks. I do not know what could possibly be causing it. I will play with the mic cable, unplug and replug it in, and see what we can do with it. But for now, there will be noise bips if it's coming through.
I did a little bit of poking around in the community, actually, as far as that was concerned with this, because this keeps coming up. The Bridget thing, they can't make it go away. Like that, it gets brought up every time they try and do any promo stuff. So I did a little bit of poking around and seeing well, the people that are pushing the new Bridget storyline is a great thing. What are their opinions? Have they interacted before with the franchise? And it turns out that they invested a lot of effort in trying to kill Blaze Blue. They view basically Blaze Blue as the evil misogynistic version of Guilty Gear, which is a very strange and alien point of view, but this is what I've managed to eke out of what they've been posting online, is that they view Blaze Blue as the sort of explicitly misogynistic chud version of the Axis fighter compared to Guilty Gear.
Oh, Kaka
and that they like really
the booby lady really got to him, didn't it?
Yeah, they really, really hate Taukaka. Like, really hate Taukaka. While simultaneously complaining that there are no characters, according to them, there are no characters in Blaze Blue that aren't scantily clad women who exist only for fan service, despite the fact that Taukaka is she's not exactly scantily clad, is she? But they hate Taukaka more than anyone because Taukaka describes every female character in terms of their booba.
Booby lady,
and
the lacking lady.
Because it's funny, they don't like it. Probably they feel a bit seen. I don't know.
I'm imagining Ragnar's voice actor in English when he was doing ADR for the dub, talking to Taukaka's voice actress and explaining to her how she has to read these lines. And this is a very funny scene in my head.
But yeah, regardless, like they really, really hate Blaze Blue. I was surprised because normally I expect people not to know about Blaze Blue or to have no real opinion about it. That's been my experience most of the time. But as soon as I started to poke around in this corner of the community, it's like they have a blistering hatred of this, even though it's an IP that is dead and gone, thanks to the creator leaving. They still have nothing but hatred for it. They particularly hate Taukaka. They particularly hate Makoto. They just absolutely loathe them. That's everything that they detest.
They can't use platinum for the trans identity either because Senna is not on board with this. He does not want what's her name, Luna, to get any more feminine because he's stuck here too.
Yeah, they really hate Blaze Blue, and I think it's because ultimately Blaze Blue it's got its faults, but it was basically totally unapologetic about them. It was like, I'm going to write my Chunibyo story fantasy and you can't stop me. It was basically the logic.
Yeah, Blaze Blue was just, I had this crazy idea I've been working on since middle school, and if you're going to give me free reign to write it, I'm just going to go ham with it.
And I think that I think the other reason they objected to it is that it was very overt in the sheer number of sort of like heterosexual crushes and relationships in the story.
Yeah.
There's just no room to make all the characters gay. You can't do it.
Yeah.
Because like all of the characters are either in love with somebody or have children with somebody or whatever. There's just no room left.
That did not stop them from trying to make Jen and Ragnar gay.
Yeah, but that was pretty obviously not the choice. The problem, like, I mean, there's not really any room for that either. Like, Jin was clearly crazy. I mean, I know that there are some women who think that's plus. The sort of women that write to serial killers in prison, but And like, I mean, I would have thought that they would go for like in their sort of grand progressive vision. I would have thought they would go for the Ragnar is asexual angle, because Ragnar shows no interest in anybody ever, despite the best intentions of various around. I don't know exactly how you would describe Nu's affection for Ragnar. That's a bit.
That's very new.
I like Nu a lot, but I also like Vera and Kiyohime, so I might have an issue. But
Valley
yeah,
or the sea. Pick one.
But I mean, even like other even minor characters like Tsubaki basically fell apart as a person because of her sort of uncontrolled affection and improperly uncontrolled affection for Jin caused her to compromise on all of her values.
Yeah.
Basically making her look like a terrible person. But this is the fact. It is a fact that women act this way in real life. The same way that men start wars over women, women compromise on all of their asserted principles for men at times because they become unduly focused on them. Like this is a legitimate character archetype, but they hated her for that because she's like, oh, well, this is just a woman who's in thrall to a man, obviously. And you know, there's a lot of material suggesting that Noelle's judgment is severely impaired because she's got a crush on Ragnar and is in denial about it. And there's a lot of material suggesting that the reason why Rachel becomes such a soft touch around Ragnar is that she has a certain affection for him as well, and so on and so forth. All of these sort of like, these are very standard fiction tropes, but they're all utterly repugnant to a certain class of modern person.
There is the red flag you may be thinking's in the room with Blaze Blue, the big purple elephant in the corner, but it's not as big purple or an elephant as you may think, and that's Mai Natsumi, who was very, very prominent in the storyline and the especially the spinoff stuff, but in the main storyline too, Chrono Phantasma onward. Mai was a guy with no history that found the blank grimoire that grimoires can only attach to females. So to attach itself to him, it made Mai a girl, and rewrote history accordingly. Now, Mai still doesn't have any memory of this new history. So instead, you may think this is going to venture into typical trans story, but this is the old school type of gender role exploration story that emphasizes the differences between men and women explicitly. Its whole story arc in Remix Heart is Mai learning that girls are different. And this is not
the distinction
palatable.
is drawn unambiguously. The vision of all humans being identical does not actually fit here.
Yeah, and it gets to Mai coming to a conclusion that the trans community would not agree with. And it's a kind of an awkward conclusion because magic is involved and it's an actual full transformation. But Mai can't separate herself from her body and her biology anymore, and she is a straight girl now.
I mean, the thing is that this is like laying aside the impossibility of reality being rewritten to change somebody's sex. Like, this is pretty much the standard accepted approach to philosophy since Aristotle, and was sort of like set in stone by Aquinas in like the 13th century or 14th century or whatever, that people are not actually divisible into the actual person and the meat puppet they pilot. That's not a reality. There is no real distinction. People are just themselves, a hypostatic type of melding of material and spirit. There's no division. There's no line to be drawn between them. Like, it's the sort of Thomistic view is that, and the Aristotelian view is that death is an amputation of a body part. It is not the cessation of the life of a meat puppet.
Yeah.
This is the way that it's viewed. There is no division. There is no line. You can't be a different person to your body. That's not possible, because you are a hylomorphic entity. This is just it. This is it. This is the way philosophy has arrived at over the course of the ancient Greek philosophy plus all Western philosophy up to the present day, and you can find the parallel equivalents in Islamic philosophy and in Chinese philosophy and in Japanese philosophy and all of these different things. They all come to the same conclusion in the end. There's no real distinction between body and spirit. There's no real distinction between the person that is and the body they occupy. One informs the other, and vice versa, because they are the same entity.
This is
The modern gender ideology is attempting to go back to this sort of like long since discarded ghost in the machine idea.
Yeah. And with Mai, it's further highlighted through Mai's superpower, which is usually played for laughs. And that if she eats something, tastes something, so licks something, kisses something, or eats something that has powers in it, she can copy them. And because this is meant to be funny most of the time, it's mostly made just as a gag, and makes it
This
so
is
she
more
can.
of a saliva-based version of Rogue from the X-Men.
Yeah, this also means she can eat Noelle's cooking, which makes her Noelle's best friend.
That's pretty impressive in its own right.
Because she could taste all the love and affection that Noelle puts into her dishes. But this makes it so Mai has to kiss the girls. And because Mai is now girl, Mai finds this icky.
But she sort of like intellectually feels she's not supposed to find it icky.
Yes. And so she is slowly realizing, oh, girl now. Girls now icky. Do not want to do things would normally do with boy with other girl.
Well, I mean, the other thing about women though is that their sexuality tends to be very plastic. It's not very concrete. It has a certain amount of concreteness to it, but it tends to be more pliable than it is for men.
It is far more based in the actual relationship itself than physicality or visual attraction that men have.
I could definitely sympathize with doting on Noelle, since Noelle is basically fundamentally adorable.
Yeah, well,
like,
no,
it's sort of like a hapless female protagonist. She's like the only one I've ever felt the urge to root for.
yeah, she's the one that actually makes friends with Mai because Mai can't taste anything because of her superpower. She can taste how just bland and sterile all the food is, and how it's just processed food. Oh, it's just regular kitchen meat. But when Noelle makes something, she puts her heart into it, and it comes out as a monstrosity. She can taste all the love that went into it, and she's like, "Oh, this is wonderful." And so Noelle immediately decides that's my new best friend, and they become best friends.
Noelle is absolutely darling. Like, I can't imagine how you could hate Noelle.
Yeah, I do
She
like
tries
Noelle.
so hard. She's so useless at so many things, but she still tries so hard at everything.
She's in a tough race in a game with many best girls, but she tries, and she does a good job. I like Noelle.
In my headcanon, the only reason that Bulwark works for her is because Bulwark feels sorry for her.
Oh yeah. So yeah, that's Blaze Blue, and I do see people that aren't in the middle of the Guilty Gear versus Blaze Blue debate try to trot out Mai, and it never sits right with me that when they try to use her as promotion for trans stuff, because her
But that's the same thing they always do. Like, we're back up to the Okama example, right? Like, it's quite obvious to anybody with a brain what is meant to be being communicated, but that's not what it's being used for.
Yeah, like the author very clearly understood boys and girls are different, and that if that wasn't evident from his emphasis on two assets that most girls have that boys don't, in most of whenever it comes to sex gags in his games, and this so if you actually get into any of the actual story, they it's not going to sit well for you if you are fully bought into these ideologies. So yeah, how do we get here? Like La Diva. So we should probably bounce from that topic. Do I have anything else in my week I can go with? Since I'm preferring to stop us.
Yeah, we tend to get a bit out of control. Winfern is not around, in case you haven't noticed over the past few weeks.
Yeah, and I made no secret. I love the old stories of gender exploration. Boys and girls are different. I think it makes for a very interesting setup. The problem is they've all been co-opted by the current progressive movement and don't explore the differences between boys and girls anymore. And instead try to emphasize how they're exactly the same somehow, and this is so divorced from reality that the story can't connect with you at all.
Honestly, I have no real interest in those stories, but I have I'm a pretty conventional straight male. I have a deep fondness for feminine things as things that are desirable and to be protected. Like, I like pretty female characters, and I don't like pretty female characters that act like men, because there's a disconnect there that doesn't make any sense.
Yes.
Like, it's they become unpalatable regardless of their aesthetics. But from an aesthetic basis, I like women, and from an expressive basis, the reason why that I can distinguish them as something external to my experience that I find appealing is because they act in a particular way, and that is, this idealized female archetype way. And even the sort of, I can see certain redemptive traits in the sort of more distorted expressions of it, as well as the more idealized expressions of it. I mean, I have the notorious guilt of being a Kiyohime fan, because there are certain feminine characteristics that she expresses, perhaps in excess, that I think are they express in a particularly overblown way something that I think is fundamentally virtuous but perhaps distorted, but nevertheless are not something to be condemned. But I mean, the approach of reducing everything to the mean, on the other hand, just creates characters that can't be engaged with from any perspective, because they're all being reduced to the mean, and everybody knows that the grey sludge person is unnatural. There's nothing to engage with there. There's no meat on them, their bones. It's just, oh well, this is a stick figure expression of humanity. Nothing is truly being expressed except a desire to burn humanity down to the ashes. That's all.
Yeah, it does not represent any kind of anything, because it's not based in reality, and it's just some idea that is grown out of people's desire to find something to be extreme sexually about. Really got to keep me safe for the next wave. How do we keep her safe?
Disguise her as a piece of badminton equipment.
There we go. We'll hide her in the gym locker room until it's over. Oh, that's even worse. Let's not do that. Let's maybe she can just be the ball. So
I hope that it all ends before we have to fight that battle. Honestly, I've been like a lot of people of a more conventional, a more conservative mindset. I for a long time sort of just assumed that the average human being would draw the line before children entered the discussion. But now we know that that's not true, because of the way children have recklessly been prescribed all kinds of drugs to turn them into weird sex objects.
And
so, yeah, that battle will certainly be joined at some point. It's just a matter of whether or not the enemy can be forced onto the back foot before they try and broach that topic.
Yeah, you might be able to land the sweep early and set up with a meaty, but I don't think it's they got a pretty strong DP in Corporate Money. So that's going to be pretty hard to beat on Wake Up.
Well, I mean, like I've mentioned before, though, BlackRock are backing away from ESG because they have observed that the phrase has become toxic. They're the ones that are responsible for it moving into the mainstream, but they're already still sort of wanting to place a tactical distance between them and it. So, because the thing is that at the root of it all, there's not that much ideology behind the ESG. Like, the people that put ESG in place saw those ideologies as a means to make money. But their first concern is making money. If the sort of the natural drift of public opinion moves away from them, they will move back towards whatever is going to be profitable first and foremost.
Fall off. Can't hopscotch on the statue. They fall down.
Right, let's
yeah.
move on to something else.
Yes. Rest of my week. Played a little bit of the Metroidvania Soldiers. Nothing to report on this one yet. My feelings are still mixed. It's a generally much better impression than Last Faith, but I'm gonna hold on this one until I get deeper into the game. I have stopped and started this game like 4 times, and just distractions have happened. I've always picked a bad time to start it. So not very far in that yet. What else? Already talked about the Final Fantasy 14 event with Fern. It's just a grind event, and if you've seen me on Final Fantasy this week, it's just to send the subs out, get some MGP from the Gold Saucer to grab some stuff from the previous event with Final Fantasy 16, because you needed 20,000 to buy all the Orchestrion rolls, and I had just bought the Blackjack, so I had no MGP. So, logging on to do that, and doing the grind for the Yokai Watch stuff, of which I have done 4 of the classes. So I still have Heavensward and the Realm Reborn classes to do, and all of those involve Realm Reborn Fates, which is what Blue Mage was made for, but it's also just going to be a tedious grind, and there's nothing to talk about with a tedious grind. So that be where we are with that. That was pretty much my week. We waffled on a bit, but I really didn't do very much this week. I was too tired after work. Work has been... I've got some stuff that looks like it's going to break. I've got a few medium to small medium jobs that have finally broken, so I've got some money coming in. But man, people are so slow to pull the trigger in the current economy.
Yeah, we're having a rough month this month, but usually when we're having a rough month, it's more about that later in the month everything will come calling, rather than we're destined for a bad month. Like, I don't know. It's just a bit iffy at the moment. I've taken on a lot of staff because basically the stress gets too high on people if we don't have enough staff. We need to maintain a certain number, otherwise the amount of work wears people down really, really fast. And so I need more people, but more people need to be paid. And in order to pay more people, I need more business. But I'm not perfectly in control of the amount of incoming business, of course, because I work in a regulatory industry. People only buy things that they need to buy. They can't buy something because they want it. That's not really the way it works.
Never mind, your sales department appears to be completely divorced from you, so you have no direct control over them.
Yeah. There are some things that I am able to approve personally, like there's a project for a client that I approved because I knew exactly what would be required for it and how much time and effort would need to be invested in it, and it seemed to me like this was a reasonable amount of work for the amount of money that we could turn out of it. But if sales then turns around and garnishes what I would expect to charge for it to make it a bargain for them, then we're going to be back where we started. So I don't have any control over pricing. And
yeah.
I'm also at the mercy of my purchasing department in terms of where I can go to buy things. Plus, lots of things are breaking at the moment because they're very, very old and they need to be replaced. And I use things until they run into the ground. And I usually avoid trying to get them fixed because in a sort of like a fundamental level, an item might not be particularly complex, but because it is lab equipment, any repair person can charge a premium because it's lab equipment. Even if that lab equipment is something that you might have in your house. Except when it's in your house, it's not lab equipment, it's just a domestic appliance. So it's a different ball game. When it comes to pricing it up.
I am partially on the repair end side of that market, and that when I have to call on site to go fix something, the line I say to them every time, so they know it's me, is, "Hey, y'all want to make some money?"
Yeah, ultimately, I end up being stuck in the disposable economy position for a lot of stuff. Like we've got a lot of pieces of equipment that are, decades old, because decades ago they made them to last decades,
Mm-hmm.
and now they last for maybe half a decade. But to fix something that's decades old will cost an absolutely exorbitant amount, and the part is not made to last decades. So
If the
there's
part's even
not
still
really
made at
any-
all.
Well, the oftentimes the part is made, but the price of the part is extremely high because under normal circumstances you can only purchase it in bulk wholesale. You can't purchase individual pieces for repair purposes. They just don't sell them that way. So unless somebody's running a business where they're manufacturing a large number of these pieces of equipment and have extra stock available for repairs, getting repairs becomes prohibitively expensive.
I have
So-
considered opening up an LLC, wholesaler LLC, just so I can purchase things like repair kits for popular pumps in bulk and keep them in stock.
Then you've got to hold stock, though.
I do, but repair kits are not very big. And I can always refresh the stock. And if it's just a couple of pieces, I don't have to worry too much about it. I can just keep them in the garage.
Stock management is the bane of my existence. I hate doing it, and I only have to do it for consumable materials. Anyway, where were we? What were we doing? What were we talking
Complaining-
about?
End of my week complaining about work. Already covered all the media.
Righto, where are we moving to next? Has anybody checked the inbox?
I did not this week because we kind of had to start in a rush because Fern said he had to leave.
Inbox. Oh, I've had 3 cans of this beer. Maybe I shouldn't have. It's a little bit stronger than normal beer.
Oh, that's not. That,
Okay, I said a little bit stronger. Turns out to be about 50%. No, looks like we don't have anything particularly interesting except spam in the inbox because you people don't send us enough emails. Mind you, we are just as guilty of that as anybody since we never do any marketing for the show. That said, I don't think any of our opinions are particularly marketable in the current environment. So,
our opinions very well may not be palatable in the current market environment.
well, yeah, I mean, we could get arrested. There are laws for that now. Thankfully, New Zealand laws aren't as bad as the ones in the UK, and the current government is on a crusade against speech laws. To some extent, they're sort of like we have a parliamentary system, a conventional proportional representation parliamentary system, which means that governments are coalitions typically, which means that governments can be fighting against themselves. So the major party is always trying to pass speech restriction stuff, and the minor parties with which they're in coalition are always trying to abrogate them. So yeah, kind of treading water on that count right now.
Yeah, I will
Did
continue.
did you perchance watch Sargon's people, Lotus Eater's coverage of the New Zealand political situation?
I saw the video, clicked on it, and paused it because my email went ding at work. Because normally I turn it on when I'm filling in forms at work, is when I listen to Lotus Eaters. But it needed too much attention this week, so I didn't give Sargon very much time this week.
Well, I don't think it was a this week thing. I think it was a couple of weeks ago. But it was more optimistic than I would be, but it's still sort of an accurate reflection on the slight upward trend that we're on currently because of the sort of people that we've got in government.
Oh, when you right, that one. I did watch that one.
The one about
Engine.
butter chicken. Yeah. Yeah, anyway, that was quite funny. But yeah, I they're a little bit more optimistic than I am, but I am still sort of like if I have to cast my lot with one side or the other, I am more optimistic than I was under Jacinda. Not that that's particularly difficult.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I still imagine
Right,
Princess
so-
Cindy as Pecorine in my brain. I don't know why. I love Pecorine. I shouldn't do that to her. But for some reason, it just seems to fit.
Right. Anyway, we should move on to a new topic. What do we have? Do you have anything in particular that you would like to launch off with?
Speaking of beautiful ladies, we've talked about a franchise that is a fan of the 2 assets on Front Lady. Let's move on to one that prefers the Back Lady. The Back Lady asset. With
What, Fury?
no, not that back. A bit lower. So,
What?
Nikkei is getting a stage play.
The Japanese make stage plays about everything. It's not an art form that has died for them. Musical theatre is still very much the norm.
So there are even with that context, even knowing that and expecting a stage play to come of pretty much every piece of popular media. How do you make a Nikkei stage play?
Because the story is actually really, well, how do I say this? Part of the reason that I like Blue Archive's story is that it's not a downer all the time. Like, the reason that they show you the good times in Kivotos with the Cheerbot and the Halo Festival and that people basically having fun together and being optimistic is so that you've got something to protect when things are dark. In Arknights and Nikkei, everything is dark all the time. There's no relentingness to it. They are both told as tragedies, explicitly as tragedies. And Nikkei in particular is just like an endless parade of despair from start to finish, from what people tell me. There's a very intricate story in there. It's just totally a downer. But the material is there to create a theatre production of the traditional tragic variety, because everything that happens in that world is a tragedy.
I see.
The game is not, while the game has a lot of fan service in it, the focus of what the game does, story-wise, is tragedy.
Yeah, because now if I was outside the Blue Archive community looking in, I might have a similar-ish reaction if I only knew Nikkei if I only knew Blue Archive from the memes and what its community behaves like. And that how do you make a Blue Archive stage play? Because they're all degenerates. Nikkei, even knowing all this, there is one thing that Nikkei is known for, and it's Booties Go Jiggle.
Well, to be fair, the top half is usually pretty well endowed as well on all of these characters.
But it's usually facing away from the camera in gameplay.
Usually, yes. And of course, they have, like everybody else, the 2B.
Yeah, 2Booty can't stop herself. Nikkei is probably her most appropriate crossover. But yeah, she cannot stop herself. I still hate fighting 2B in Rising, by the way. But
Two people maining 2P.
Yep. So yeah, it's a thing that's happening. I threw it in here because it was kind of a moment where I was like, okay, I know they make stage plays out of anything. They'll really make stage plays out of anything. It was just kind of a solidifying moment when I saw that across my newsfeed. And Nikkei is always funny to think about because it's a booty game.
Yeah, I mean, I've sort of been tempted to try it, but I don't think I'd ever want to be seen playing it, and I don't think I can handle another gacha.
Yeah, and it's a very SSR-focused gacha, where Miss and Banner seems like
But,
really screw
but
you.
they, from what people say, they absolutely rain currency down on you, like for events and stuff.
Yeah.
I know you've been, like, your experience with gacha, other than, like, your experience with gacha, other than Blue Archive, has been Pinecone that shut down, Genshin that has been stingy, and FGO which is stingy. Like, that's been your focus. I mean, like, there's also been the Idle one, but you seem to have sort of fallen off that bandwagon.
Yeah, it was another side games gacha, so there was plenty there, but it was the Japanese version of that game, so it's I basically just got tired of learning all the Japanese text.
Yeah, my ability to read Japanese text is pretty sketchy. I know like 3 kanji.
Ibu insists to me you can learn all the borrowed words in katakana in a day. I don't know what type of language brain you need for that, but that ain't me.
You could if you sat down and did nothing but that's not really the way learning works. Like, learning has to be done over a long period of time. Anything you learn in a day is not learned. It is just remembered.
Yeah. But he then immediately went to go play all kinds of Japanese import games, so he probably got it reinforced there.
He's a raging autist. Like, he's not the mean example of humanity.
So the point here is he's crazy. There ain't no way I'm learning katakana in a day and then going and playing a bunch of games back to back to reinforce it.
I mean, you can do it, like, if you really want to. It's not that complicated. I think hiragana is much easier than katakana because basically there's more character to each of the characters, is the way I would describe it. Like, they have, each of them has more of an essence to it, whereas the katakana feels a bit more perfunctory to me. You can learn kanji similarly to the way that you can learn katakana, and that each of the characters has character to it. Like, the radicals make a sense of a sort. Nothing in katakana really makes an intrinsic sense the way things in hiragana make sense. And katakana becomes easier if you know the hiragana first, because some of them are a little bit derivative, which give you some sort of like latching points. But generally speaking, reading Japanese script is a bit stressful for me. Like, I'm just no good at it.
Yeah, and he also did this when he was in his early 20s, when his language center of his brain had not totally petrified.
I'm an old man now. It's hard work.
Like, the language center of your brain is like the first thing to petrify and just be like, I ain't moving.
Yeah.
So it gets more and more of an uphill battle the older you get to learn new languages.
But yeah, Nikkei is not the most generous gacha in the world, but it is far from the stingiest. It has got a reputation being relatively generous. But it is definitely one of those ones where everything of note is a 5-star.
So yeah, that was just something I threw in there really quick because we were kind of light on the actual news, and I figured one of these we could tangent on for a little bit. I posted the relink thing in here, but that was more for my segment earlier, just to remind myself, rather than an actual news topic. But yeah, if you've heard me sing praises of both these games, if they've piqued your interest and the bundle is priced enough in your region to be acceptable for both games, worth consideration. There's an influx of new players in both right now, and Relink will see, or not Relink, Rising will see quite the population boom, I think, when Beatrix comes out, because she's a good character. So a lot of returning players will be coming then. So it might be a decent investment if it's not overpriced in your region. But this is going to be region dependent. Anyway, that was mostly linked for my segment earlier, not as an actual news topic. Moving on to the one that I think will get the most tangent off of. Blizzard Entertainment. Our boys at Blizzard. They're canceling BlizzCon again.
No longer in service of Bobby, so they're no longer in search of the Death Star made of money.
No, the Death Star has moved its location and is now orbiting wherever Bobby has moved his current venture to. But don't worry, Bobby's still around. He still has many Death Stars orbiting many planets. Just in the gaming sphere, he has temporarily taken a leave of absence. I don't doubt he will find a way to insert himself into the mediosphere in some way, because he is one of them people that treats money like a high score. But, okay. We've got Blizzard Entertainment has canceled BlizzCon for 2024. Will return.
Who really cares about BlizzCon?
They swear it as excited as ever. They are excited as ever to bring BlizzCon back in future years, but not this year.
Well, they don't have anything to show. What could they show?
Yeah, they got
Within
nothing.
Is an alpha. All Within is an alpha. I don't know when it's scheduled to come out, but the reality is, Final Fantasy XIV has a better reputation than World of Warcraft. Subscription numbers aside, issues with Endwalker aside, frankly, it is still a better live option in terms of the way it is perceived publicly. Dawn Trail is coming out in 2 months. Something like that? Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, sounds about right. June sometime. Sometime June. I'll look
How
it up.
much does anybody know about it?
Dawn Trail.
For a game that's coming out in 2 months, we don't know jack. And this is the pattern that that development unit has been following for the past several expansions. We know very little right up until the minute.
Yeah.
They will boom the hype immediately beforehand, but they will keep mum about everything in the meantime.
I think the last big live letter or convention appearance or fanfest or whatever said that it mentioned things like it actually named the Alliance raid and the raid series and the dungeons and stuff, but we still didn't get very
But you don't
much.
know anything about them. You've just
Yeah.
got a few like screenshots and short video clips to whet your appetite, and then an excessive amount of explanation about the blacklist and the graphical updates.
Yeah, and then you got apparently female Rogadins are riding the struggle bus with the graphical updates. Most other races seem to have got off okay, but the female rows are not happy.
But I think that it would behoove World of Warcraft to build a bit more mystique. Like what I expect from World of Warcraft is that the entire launch patch will be solved before anybody even logs in.
Mm-hmm.
Everything will be data mined and everything will be explained in advance. It will already be old hat by the time most people make landfall. And I don't think that that's really what you want. What can they show at BlizzCon that won't be leaked from the alpha? Like, it will just be a hype building exercise, but it will look hollow. Not to mention, how much must it cost in modern era to put on a big event in Vegas?
Yeah, that I would imagine that's probably more than any of the other possible reasons this could be put out.
One booth at a major consumer convention costs around about $1 million for a 2 or 3 day convention. One booth.
Mm-hmm. Renting out an entire venue for 3 to 5 days, and then having multiple booths, events, security, etc. at said venue, around said venue. Not to
Plus
mention
general floor staff.
Yeah, general floor staff. You'll have all the living expenses that will come with all that because they'll need to stay and
Like
probably be out
several
of town.
hundred PCs.
Yeah, all the tech, all the presentation equipment. It's got to be like, $400 million at minimum.
I don't know how much it costs, but it's going to be a lot of money. And Blizzard are not flush with cash right now.
Yeah.
They've had a good expansion, but only a good expansion. They haven't had like a blowout.
So yeah, the media tour where they'll start dumping all the big hype train for Endwalker, or not Endwalker, Dawntrail will be May 15th through the 30th, and then the early access is, I believe, in June.
I haven't decided if I want to be on the launch train this time or not. It's usually a catastrophe.
I will.
No, nobody really learns the lesson about MMO launches.
No, but it'll depend on my mood at the time and how busy I am. If I'm not doing anything else, I'll probably jump on it. But
I will if I'm at a low ebb on other things. But it all depends on where we are at that particular point in time. There's lots of things that I'm interested in playing at the moment.
Okay, official launch is May 1st or 2nd. No, fine.
Really, that close?
No, July 1st or 2nd. Okay, I can't read numbers.
Okay, because that's next week, man. It's like,
no,
are you sure?
No, I was reading the numbers from the date from the media tour and the release date at the same time. But no, the media tour is the end of May.
How much news have I missed?
No. Media tour's end of next month, the second half of next month. Then we have a month beat where they'll probably drip feed us stuff and try to keep the hype train rolling. And they officially launch on June 2nd with early access starting on the 28th. Or July 2nd with early access starting on June 28th.
I mean, getting back to the point, BlizzCon, what have they got? They've got the War Within trilogy that they are planning to do for World of Warcraft. That's an alpha at the moment. Currently, they are using the content creator content mill to distribute information about that. There's nothing really that they can ship out through the means of BlizzCon that they can't ship out through that vector, and that vector is what people are actually watching. People don't show up in person for events anymore, and considering that they're all California types, they're probably all still wearing masks. I don't really know why, but that's the vibe that I get.
I've noticed a resurgence in masks since protesters seem to be showing up for their obligatory 4-year come out of their cave.
I mean, let's look at the other properties. Diablo, it's going nowhere fast. Like, it's in a bad way. Every time I see a content creator do a Diablo video, it's like, this particular season is an atrocity. Why would anybody participate?
Yeah,
that's always the way.
Diablo 4 face planted hard into the ground and ain't getting back up.
And there's a lot of strong competitors standing around that's prone body with big sticks.
Yeah. When your boy Grim Dawn, who's still running on Diablo 2 era logic, with just a different universe and better colors, and is constantly improving their UI, and still making updates, and they're looking better than you, functionally running a 25-year-old game, you may have stepped in it.
And then you've got, Path of Exile is a juggernaut, Lost Ark is a juggernaut, you've got new competitors coming down the line. Diablo's just looking old and busted, to put it quite bluntly.
Yeah, you just can't compete in this market anymore, because they don't remember what made the genre good.
Yeah, they think that they can just trade on the name and that's all that they need, and they can jam all the microtransactions in after the fact. So, moving on from there, microtransactions. Overwatch 2 is attempting to retrofit its Battle Pass and microtransaction system again, because the last attempt fell flat on its face again, and basically nobody gives a toss about Overwatch. Like, they've got, the occultic following of people who are just pursuing Overwatch victory endlessly, because I guess they're just in for a penny, in for a pound. But nobody's really interested. And it's not really even necessarily like the devs' fault, right? They produce a lot of art. I think all of their art is of, neon festooned trannies for the most part, because, they're part of that culture. But they produce a lot of material. They produce nice premium skins and recolors and things. They produce nice designs, by and large, provided that you don't look at anything to do with the human model that they put on, since all of them are trannies.
Since the only normal girl is Mercy.
Pretty much, yeah. And who is like unmistakably one of the most popular characters as a result. But as far as the community goes, it's not growing. It's strictly not growing. It's only going down as people get sick of Overwatch and sick of the constant rejiggers of the content farm. But like I said, I don't think it's the developer's fault. They produce good material by and large, but it feels like they have given so much raw administrative and organizational power to the money men that operate the way it will be monetized, that the actual developers are totally subjugated. They have no power to make a decent game. No authority to make a decent game. Any dream that they have of how they could do something people will really like will get curtailed by the fact that somebody will notice, hey, we could put an $80 charge on this.
So, okay, let's do an experiment here. I'm not checked anything ahead of time, but Overwatch 2 is currently setting at a 17% overwhelmingly negative on Steam. If I click the current season pass, keep in mind, only people currently playing are going to review the season pass. Because at this point, anybody that isn't watching Overwatch or apparently watching porn knows about Overwatch. So let's see. We are at 32%. You've doubled your numbers for this with your diehards, and it's still mostly negative at only 32%.
Yeah, apparently there's a lot of good pro-consumer things in the new version of the season pass. They're adding new things, new ways to get legendary skins and so on and so forth, earned through gameplay and not through just spending money on it. But they have counterbalanced all of their pro-consumer stuff with about 3 or 4 times as much anti-consumer garbage, just to make sure that they don't look too generous. But basically, the gist of all of this is that Blizzard properties as a whole are in a dire state. The only way that they could pull out a win at BlizzCon is if they announced that StarCraft Ghost was coming out this year or something.
Yeah, like
there's no path to victory for them because they've sold their souls.
yep. They joined the corporate Shuggoth. They suffered. They're now suffering what we all knew would come at the hands of the corporate Shuggoth.
Yeah, I mean they may have been cut loose now, but it's too late. Too little, too late. They already burned through all the goodwill they had. They have exhausted their fans. They have stolen all the breast milk from the fridge.
For you Dark Souls fans out there that have played the second DLC for Dark Souls 3, you may recall, on the way to go fight Slave Knight Gale, one of the former kings of the Ring City. His city has now fallen, and he's the last one left, the Pygmy Lord, who is crawling as a charred husk with no lower half and just a torso and a gold crown upon his head, trying to flee from where Slave Knight Gale will eventually be and come to eat his lunch, or eat him in this case. This is where Blizzard's at right now.
Yeah, that they've got they're sort of like they've got this sort of strange gravity of the ages behind them that is continuing to puppeteer their corpse forward on sheer momentum. But they're not doing anything to help or perpetuate it. They keep announcing stuff for the new World of Warcraft, and there's people that are excited about that. But it all seems, even amongst their shills, it seems kind of attenuated. It's like they can't hide the "we've seen this before" from their expressions anymore.
Mm-hmm. Like, we've seen you make noises enough times now.
Like they're all trying to, the shills are all trying to talk up the upcoming launch events for the new expansion. But it's like, well, I mean, the thing is that like I've mentioned in the past many times, I still can't consume WoW content occasionally just to see the fall of this great beast, what's going on. And the thing that I keep hearing, and I saw this cycle repeat for Dragonflight and repeat for Shadowlands and so on. And it's like, whenever the season of launch event for a new expansion is coming up, they always recite the same old mantras, which is, remember how great the Legion launch event was? And remember how great the Wrath of the Lich King launch event was.
Yeah.
They're never talking about the current upcoming launch event and how great that will be. They've just moved into this posture of, remember the good old days?
Yeah.
When your promotional shills are remembering the good old days instead of talking about what you're doing now, you are well past it.
Yeah, and it's less so in Legion, but definitely in Wrath. That promotional event was relatively simple. Mechanically, there wasn't a whole lot to it. You find box, you touch box, you turn into ghoul, you go crazy. Occasionally, things in the world will spawn that you go punch, and you get some prep gear for the expansion. That's it. There was not any mechanical depth. I think they added a couple special bosses to some dungeons too. It was entirely driven by the community interaction.
Yeah, the environment in which it deployed was one where there was energy in the air. People were excited and anticipating it. Nowadays, people are just hoping it won't be as bad as Shadowlands. That's all that they've got, is this tiny ember of hope that perhaps we won't go back to the bad old days.
Yeah.
So in that environment where the WoW fans are just hoping that they won't despair, the Overwatch fans are in despair, and the Diablo fans have all stopped playing Diablo, what could you do at BlizzCon? Will anybody even attend?
I don't
Like
know.
the that sort of electrifying energy and enthusiasm around Blizzard properties just doesn't exist anymore. Like, when was the last time there was an announcement about StarCraft? Do they not think that there was a portion of their customer base that was excited about StarCraft? Is that just not a thing? Do they not believe that exists?
Maybe they're
Because they cut it loose like it didn't matter.
Yeah, I'm not sure. It feels like now would be the in case of emergency make StarCraft 3 button would be appropriate to press, but
They
They
don't have
haven't-
anything.
they haven't pushed it yet.
If they had anything to show, like Bethesda's first preview of Elder Scrolls, whatever number, 6.
Mm-hmm.
Remember that? They showed that because they knew they needed it. Blizzard needs it. They need their Elder Scrolls 6, and they need it soon. But they don't even have that. Too busy trying to steal breast milk from the fridge.
You know, given that there was never a culprit found, I have a theory. Because that is not that it was Bobby, although that's a backup theory. No, I'm thinking it was Jose Sanchez, the janitor that they hired and didn't pay anything like a salary, who was just cleaning the fridge and just threw it away.
I mean, I don't know. Could be.
Because
It was illegal, so there won't be any documentation.
Yeah, I get, because if they must have security cameras all over that place. So the only way it wouldn't go reported is if somebody they can't actually say they employ is the one that stole it, and probably just threw it away because it was in the fridge and he thought it looked like it needed to be tossed.
Sounds plausible. It's as plausible as any theory I've heard.
Oh, I just stuck a piece of food in my mouth, and it's way chewier than I thought it was. Please hold.
Does it have lead in it? Like a Lunchable? We're holding while you chew.
No, it
You
was a
seem to
piece
be
of
having a difficult time.
It was a piece of a reheated Arby's sandwich. A chicken Arby's sandwich, not roast beef. They're the
Arby's
roast.
like a Subway.
No, they're like the roast beef version of fast food. They make roast beef sandwich. Whatever the processed meat. But I got their chicken sandwich. I got a chicken sandwich for.
Wait,
for
you've
lunch.
got a Chick-fil-A just down the road, and you went to Arby's to get a chicken sandwich.
The line on Chick-fil-A at prime time on Sunday or Saturday, it wraps around the building multiple times.
We don't have Chick-fil-A here, so I can't sympathize.
So no, I didn't want to wait in the line, and I'd had a lot of whoops. I let my off.
And so you bought an extremely chewy Arby's sandwich.
Well, it wasn't chewy when I first ate it, but I reheated it before the show, and it's had time to cool off again since the reheat, and I didn't finish it. And I stuck that last bit in my mouth, and it got super chewified.
I see.
So
anyway,
yeah, Blizzard doesn't really have anything.
Yeah, so I think it is entirely reasonable to cancel BlizzCon, but I think that the main reason it is reasonable is because they're a dying company.
Yeah, they don't really have a path to inject life back into themselves. And think it would take something outside of the norm for them to have life re-injected into them. Something that could not possibly be predicted or foreseen from what they currently have. And even if that happened, I don't think they got the gas to stay, anywhere close to the top of the video game field. I think we're looking at in 10 years, Blizzard capsizes and is either shut down or is bought out by somebody else and just merged with somebody.
Don't you guys have phones?
Yeah. There were signs that they were in trouble before then. They were on their deathbed, losing touch. That moment is when it died. There was no resuscitating that corpse.
Yeah, that whole thing was an act of desperation.
So, So yeah, yeah, Blizzard will never ever excite anyone to the level it used to. The only company that cares about Blizzard releases, aside from a mainline release, is like maybe Final Fantasy cares not to time their expansion launches around WoW expansion launches, in case they have a split player base. But nobody else cares. Used to be when a WoW expansion was coming out, every company would try and dodge it because you don't want to be in
Yeah.
that same window.
Nobody wants to release on World of Warcraft Street.
But like, if it didn't matter what genre your game was, you unless you thought your player base was completely divorced from the MMO sphere, you dodged the World of Warcraft release date like the plague, because it wouldn't end well for you. But a party custom Barbara on second slot. There we go. But yeah, got just nothing. Nobody cares. Nope. Final Fantasy might care because they're your direct competitor, but even they could probably get away with launching Walker at the same time. I doubt there's cross, not in Walker, but Dawntrail at the same time as a WoW expansion if they wanted. It's not like there's much crossover between the two player bases. I think you're pretty much.
Well, the thing is, I think that it would be more likely that World of Warcraft would try and avoid Final Fantasy because they're both launching a new saga, or so they claim. Except that sagas have a pedigree in Final Fantasy and not in World of Warcraft. World of Warcraft has just been like a round disappointment from start to finish, with lots of like just general cringe. Like everything, all of their writing is cringe, and that's what people associate World of Warcraft with. Like World of Warcraft writing generally is associated with cringe. People wince when they watch those cutscenes because they're just so awkward.
Yeah, it's a mess, and unfortunately for them, I just don't see an out. I think they're just screwed. It's Edge, but you did this to yourselves. So yeah, I really am hoping for the best with Dawntrail, even though I'm kind of on the outs with Final Fantasy at the moment. I really want to see them fix it.
I feel like I'm way more willing to forgive them than you because I feel like there was no meaning. Like I can't imagine, like in my mind's eye, I can't imagine what the correct follow up would have looked like. The follow up where there weren't a massive amount of disappointments in that. Like I mean, I can certainly imagine how you can tell the story of Zero better, less obnoxious, less irritating, less pointless. I can think of ways that they could do that. But what I can't really imagine is how they could really have followed up on Endwalker. And
Yeah.
all that Endwalker was and all that it meant to as many people as it was meaningful. Like it's too big. I don't think that you can just follow up on that so easily. And I think it's bad planning on their part that prevented them from following up on it. But I don't feel like there was really a right course of action. There's no simple magical solution that would have made it all make sense.
Yeah, it's I'm not unwilling to forgive Final Fantasy for what it did with post launch Endwalker. There was a lot I think that was mostly the time and the place and the situation in the cycle we were at. And most of my gripes that really made me grumble about it were gameplay related. And
Yeah,
that was
I think
compromised by Yoshi P being split and the whole team being split. Man.
It's not that that means it's not their fault, but it is something that is sort of intractable once it's out there. Like once they embarked on that position, the only thing they could do was ride out the storm.
I've been down here before. I think I came down here for
I don't know what this place is because I haven't been to Subaru. But
Oh.
yeah, I don't think that the relic quest issue can be forgiven by anything except actually doing decent relic quests next time.
Yeah,
Like that's basically the only way out of that one.
yeah, you're gonna have to do Baja 2 Electric Boogaloo Hyper Turbo Arcade Advanced Edition with all the bells and whistles to get me to forgive that.
But yeah, it's that's just the way it is for them now. I'm not hyped for it because it's sort of I'm not hyped for Dawn Trail because there's no dangling plot thread that I'm desperate to see the conclusion of this time. Like we are starting a new saga, and even Yoshi P has said outright that he doesn't know if it'll stick with people or not, and their decisions for the course of actions going forward will depend on how much of and what parts of Dawn Trail really resonate with the audience. Which I
Yeah.
think is a surprisingly candid admission that they know that they came to an end the last time and they need to feel out the direction for next time because
Murder
the
over
bar
here.
has been
There's
set
meat
so high.
everywhere.
Huh?
Meat everywhere. What did you murder over here?
Probably just a couple of scorpions. They're made of meat. You hit them, they burst into meat. So yeah, I think that they are cognizant of the fact that there's basically they have to start over now, and there's not really anything to be done about it. They just have to hope that they make the right decisions, and if they get bad feedback, to react to that feedback in a very proactive manner. I think that they understand that. That they were willing to admit miles before release that they have no idea whether people like the story or not, and that they're just going to have to fly by the seat of their pants in that regard. It's worrying and candid, but it's also very honest.
It's
But, I mean, what else can they really do?
They have made story pivots when things didn't work out before. Shadowbringers after Stormblood clearly was a hard pivot because Stormblood just won.
Well, Stormblood was never supposed to happen. Shadowbringers was meant to follow Heavensward.
Yeah.
But yeah, I can understand that logic, and it's logical to do. It's in some respects unavoidable. So, well, I'm not hyped for it because there's a lot that remains to be proved. I'm still interested. I'm still very interested because it's going to be a new world, because they know that they've got everything to play for now. They don't have everything to lose necessarily because they've lost most of what they're going to lose. Like people who are itinerant have already been lost by the tail end of Endwalker, and they have to be won back in the conventional way of winning back a new player. But they have a lot to play for, and they are 100% cognizant of the fact they aren't drifting without a plan the way they were at the end of Endwalker, because everything was invested in that climax. And then after that climax, it's like, well, we just have to tread water now until the next chapter is ready to be spit. But the situation that we'll go into with Dawn Trail is, we know that our job, our primary and most important job right now, is to launch strong. That's what we're here for. There's no question about that. There's no particular thing that they have in mind for the future that they now need to look forward to. They already know what the game is. They need to set a precedent for the story going forward, and they need to be able to fish out of people what they really want to see in the process of doing so. The goal is very clear.
And it does, while this is annoying at the current time, in the long term, the fact right now that we're getting rerun events and very little in terms of any kind of actual content after the latest patch that hit is probably a good sign, because especially with them doing all the back end changes with the graphics rework and stuff like that, that they need to that was going to take a lot of man hours. And the fact that we're paying the price for that now, instead of instead of them just trying to give us some kind of subpar garbage, like they have for some of Endwalker, they've just been keeping it chill with reruns just to focus on that that task is encouraging to me. That they actually are putting the designated man hours into it, and it has a good chance of working out. And probably also because they know they need a whole lot of man hours and development time on the actual expansion itself, because they need this one they need to hit this one as hard as they can. Even if they're not sure they're going to get a home run or not, they need to at least get a man on base.
Yeah, I feel like taking a break is the right decision, at least for me at present. I think that going into Dawn Trail with some separation under my belt is going to basically make it hit better.
Yeah.
Because my expectations will be in some sense a little bit lowered, because I'm not, I'm not coming off of a high or anything. I'm not coming off of a particular low which needs to be made up for. I'm sort of going to be able to come in a bit more neutral for the next expansion, having not really played for the past few months.
Yeah, I've been on effectively, aside from logging in to keep my house and the subs rolling. Aren't these zippy things so much better than Inazuma's?
Not hard. They don't bug you out as often either.
They're just zippy things. They just have a fixed distance. But yeah, they've I have about 5 months out with the game just basically on pause now. When did we pick up Genshin because we were frustrated with Final Fantasy? November?
Yeah, like just before Christmas sort of thing.
Yeah, so from late November to the end of April, so about 5 months. And it's been good to get away from the game for a bit. It might even be good to take the extra 2 months before launch, but I am very easily swayed, like most human beings, by what their friends are currently playing, and Ibu wanted to do the Yokai Watch event. So if somebody asks me to play a game and I'm not currently actively in the middle of something, I can usually be talked into playing it.
Which due to temporal reasons is almost always Ibu.
Yeah, he has been working more and more. He's he's up for consideration for the supervisor position at his job now. That'll get him super full time.
As somebody who is middle management, I can't recommend.
Yeah, well, he's dealing with a bunch of young adults running that place that are not doing any kind of technical work. They're just trying to manage a bunch of gremlins and adults hosting business parties. Stop them
and
from
dancing around in unpleasant robot costumes.
Yeah, yeah. Apparently, there's one guy that does that. Ibu has sworn he's never going to do that again. Like, he just told his boss, I can't do that anymore. Please don't ever let that guy go on vacation ever again.
Can be chained to his robot costume forever.
Yeah, he likes doing it, apparently. He really enjoys hanging out with the kids. He's an older guy, but he knows all the Fortnite dances and whatever, and really enjoys hanging out with the kids.
Slightly creepy.
Yeah, probably should do a background check just to be safe, but it's possible it could be wholesome. I'm going to choose
It is the South. I mean, I presume you guys normally shoot people who molest children.
We used to. The practice has fallen out of fashion in the Atlanta area. Oh no, please flip an hourglass, please flip an hourglass.
Well, where am I going to find an hourglass?
I don't know. I forgot these things disappear. Now how do we get off?
There's an hourglass. I'm nearly there.
I forgot those things.
Can I flip them? I can't flip them.
Oh no.
I don't have the appropriate credentials to flip hourglasses. They're not just blindly interactable objects.
I forgot these things are tied to the hourglasses for some puzzles. Oh goodness. Oh, I don't remember what's all in these temples. I explored them pretty thoroughly with the side quest that took me.
Anyway.
So
next
yeah.
topic.
That's pretty much all I got. You got any other news?
So I watched the special program for Honkai Star Rail 2.2, which was aired night before last, I think. I didn't watch it live because while I was very tempted to, it would have resulted in me staying up till 1 o'clock on a work night. So probably not a good idea. So I watched it yesterday instead. Of course, Stellar Jade rained down because that's just how the Star Rail team do. But it was mainly covering the stuff that's going to be happening in the next chapter of Pinaconi's story. So
That stupid
let's
door
see.
blew open again. Hang on. I gotta close it.
What can I
Regale them with
say?
Star Rail.
What can I say that's not spoilers? Okay, so we'll just start with we'll just talk about the show itself. So the show was hosted by, well, in the English version. I can't watch the Japanese version because while a lot of the Japanese stuff has English subtitles, these shows don't. So I had to watch the English version. So the voice actors, the guest voice actors for this one were the voice actors for Black Swan and Aventurine and Robin. So they led off basically after the introductions and so on, or slightly before the introductions actually, with the trailer for 2.2, which is basically, it was basically just a montage of stuff that's going to happen in the next chapter, which is more or less what you expect from a trailer, showcasing the people who are going to show up and so on and so forth. So we'll get to see more of Firefly, and we're going to get to be introduced to Boot Hill, so Boot Hill is like, I don't know, like they launched into drip marketing for Boot Hill a while back now with zero fanfare, and I'm not really sure whether they had any marketing tactic in mind, because it's sort of like he just sort of came out of nowhere. Nobody had heard of him when they started promoting him, sort of thing. He has one sort of over the telephone exchange with Black Swan in the story, and that's the only thing you hear from Boot Hill. It sounds like the scenario is that because the Pinaconi story leads off at the beginning with all of the major factions and power players in the galaxy have been called to Pinaconi and personally invited by the family, who are the Cult of Harmony, to attend the Charmony Festival on Pinaconi. And this included the Nameless on the Astral Express, and it included the Annihilation Gang, who serve Nanook. This is an odd group of people to invite anywhere. And it included other big power players like the IPC, but it also seems like it included a few niche players like the what do they call them? The the Rangers. What are they? The something or other Rangers. Basically they're the sort of maverick solo individuals who are extremely powerful, not aligned with any particular faction. They just sort of drift around being like space rangery type people who do whatever the heck they feel like.
I need a lawnmower.
And it seems like
Lawnmower over here.
Huh?
I'm thinking about where I actually need a lawnmower. Sumeru.
It seems like Acheron introduced herself as being the representative for this faction, and that she wasn't actually supposed to be, that the one who was supposed to show up was actually Boot Hill. That seems to be the hanging implication. And so when Boot Hill shows up to check into the Pinaconi Grand Hotel, there's no place for him because Acheron has taken his room and has basically taken his place as the representative. And he's none too happy about this, but it seems like Acheron was already at that point on his radar as a target hunt, because Boot Hill is basically seems like he's sort of like a space bounty hunter. He's a self-styled space cowboy who is like constantly renovates his body with additional cybernetic enhancements to be more space cowboy, basically. And I don't know what he sounds like in English. I don't know what they're going for there. What I do know is that what he sounds like in Japanese is hilarious. because he's completely English. Everything that he says is English, and his character's obviously designed that he like cusses the air blue when he speaks, except that in Japanese it's all like English attempts to be crude, as opposed to native language attempts to be crude. So it just comes off as being hilarious. But so he's going to be introduced, and the other major character that's being introduced as a playable in this is Robin. So Robin is basically the galactic songstress archetype. So she's the sort of the favored child in the family as far as performance goes. She's a singer. She's famous across the galaxy on every planet for her pop songs, basically. And they announced during the show that they are also releasing sort of like a mini album of 3 of her songs that she performs in the course of the game. But interestingly, one of the people they got to record a promo video for her was Maine, as a fellow galactic songstress. That was the gag.
I see.
Maine of Macross fame, Macross Frontier fame.
Which one? Who does she play? Or you...
She sings all of Cheryl's songs.
Okay, Cheryl. Got it. We're on the same page now.
Yeah, so they got Maine to do the promos for Robin. So so Robin is going to be on the first banner, in the next patch, and Boot Hill is going to be on the second, I think. Is that the way around? I think that's the way around it is. Going to be accompanied by Topaz and Numby on the first banner as the alternate, and Fushuen on the second. So I'm definitely want to roll for Fushuen, but I'm probably going to be baited into rolling for Robin as well because she's cute. And that's basically the only reason. She's a Harmony character, physical aligned, doesn't lean very heavily into any particular strategy except possibly follow-up attack. You could make a very strong argument for her as a follow-up attacker support.
But she's cute.
Because she has a lot of stuff that triggers simply on ally attacks. So the more of those you can get, the more effective that she'll be. She's sort of a support damage hybrid. She isn't leaning 100% into pure support with bugger all damage the way Ruanmei and Sparkle are, because you aren't going to get a lot of damage out of Ruanmei or Sparkle. But it seems like Robin is more damage focused. She's your conventional sort of like idol character in a lot of ways. She's not as much of like a diva as Cheryl Gnome is, and she's not as much of a Genki girl as Ranka Lee, but she's sort of still the sort of the popular idol character in the setting. But yeah, generally speaking, Harmony characters are a safe bet to roll on pretty much all the time, because if they're not terrible, then they will have a use. There are basically no terrible Harmony characters in the game anywhere. Even the 4 stars are all sort of like really, really important in one way or another. Like for instance, Tingyun is a 4-star Harmony who is just like integral to heaps and heaps of teams. Maybe she's not as high on the list as she might have once been, now that there are so many 5-star ones out, but the ability to simply transfer like 50% of her energy over to another character just means that when it comes to speeding up ultimates, she's unparalleled. The only way to be equivalent to her is to just do raw turn speed ups the way that Bronya or Sparkle can. So every Harmony character is pretty much a safe bet.
When it comes to Harmony characters in that game, I feel much the same way about Natasha that you do against Uni in Greek Orthos. You're so mean.
Natasha's abundance, not Harmony.
Oh, is that okay? The two concepts are close enough in my brain's file cabinet that I forget that they're different in that game.
Concepts being close together is actually a plot point in the story, because an Aeon whose concept is too close to another one will eventually collide with that Aeon, and then the one who has the stronger or more generally encompassing concept will overcome the other one, and the the lesser Aeon will be consumed. And this is actually sort of like a major cosmological point in the way the setting is structured.
I see.
But yeah, so I will probably be tempted into at least a few pulls for Robin. I've got a good amount of Stellar Jade built up. I've got like 20k or something. So I can probably afford it to a certain extent. But yeah, I do really want Fushwin as well, so I'm going to have to budget myself carefully going into it. But yeah, I'm really hyped for the new the sort of the conclusion to the story, because the story is usually like launches in 0.0, second chapter 0.1, finale 0.2, denouement in 0.3 is usually the way it goes. And the story of Penacony is definitely full of mysteries still. There's a lot of stuff that's not really very clear. They've left a very sort of fertile amount of ground to speculate on what X might mean or what Y might imply, type of thing. And they also, it looks like, based on the trailer, that they are introducing the next Trailblazer, the Harmony Trailblazer, who will be Imaginary Element, and doesn't have a weapon this time, is not carrying the Galactic Baseballer's bat, and is not carrying the lance that you use in the preservation form. The weapon is not really a weapon. The weapon is a hat. That we are going full Faust on this one.
Oh boy, we're going. They took some cues from DMC. We're good. I'm sold. I'm also
yeah,
now
apparently-
convinced that the protagonist is even more of a goober than even we initially thought. But all right.
I don't. Compared to most of the main protagonists of Ho-Yo games, Stella's by far the most popular from what I've seen. Like people love her and waifu her in a way that they just don't with Traveler and so forth.
But she's a mega goober.
I don't know if she's necessarily a mega goober. She's definitely a goober.
In that universe, she is definitely part of the Goober royal family. Almost queen of the goobers.
But yes, Stella's definitely very popular, and she's going to get her new Harmony form. The rumors, like in Star Rail, unlike in Genshin, the main character is not useless, but also not usually the most powerful version of any given archetype. There's usually a better alternative, but they are quite usable. But the rumors are sort of a bit... Oops, pressed the wrong button. The rumors are a bit ambiguous on what exactly it is that Harmony Trailblazer is good for, but it seems like it's focused largely on break mechanics, toughness break mechanics, specifically things like...
It's too high for my cannonballs to hit!
Specifically things like being able to break an already broken character and apply the effect again before the break wears off, type of thing, and that sort of thing will probably synergize extremely well with Boot Hill, because Boot Hill's does sort of like high toughness break and has a very favorable mechanic of dueling with particular opponents which power him up. But yeah, it's I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out. I'm looking forward to see how exactly you're supposed to use a hat as a weapon.
Please, please let me put more hats on enemies.
I don't know if that will be the way it is, but I've seen more surprising things.
Do you know how funny it is to do a gunslinger run over the Virgil fight and put a hat on his head?
I mean, it's not unheard of for the game to take note of what enemy you attack. Like the ultimate animation for Boot Hill involves a wanted poster that he looks at before he attacks his opponent. But apparently the graphic on the wanted poster changes to what enemy used the ult on.
I see.
But yeah, So I'm interested to see where that will go. They're introducing a new boss, much in the way Genshin does with each patch. A new major boss that will be part of the Echo of War system that you can only three of each week, but give much higher rate of drops than the ones in Genshin do. And that boss is, well, the Great Septimus is basically Gregorius from Blue Archive. Like, there's very little difference between the two. You never fought Gregorius, have you? Did you do the Gregorius raid?
No, don't think so.
But Gregorius is sort of like the massively souped up version of Hieronymus.
Yeah, I felt that one. That's the one in the church, right?
Yeah,
You
Hieronymus
heal?
is sort of like, yeah, Hieronymus is sort of like the original version. Gregorius is a much more complex version. In fact, Gregorius is so complicated that a lot of fans of the game hold that it represents a bad development direction for the game as a whole, because the mechanics are so complicated that you spend more time fussing with them than actually interacting with the boss. This very complicated fight, but it's basically, you know, he's conducting a choir, and the choir is depending on how much of the choir is alive and what direction the various musical instruments in the arena are facing, it has different effects, and it's very complicated. But yeah, so the new boss, the Great Septimus, is sort of modeled in a similar way. But yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. They announced several events that are coming up. So they announced one event where you're basically directing animations for the on Penacony in Dreamville. There's a sort of like a set of cartoons set in Dreamville, and you're going to be directing animations for that in one of them. And there's another game mode that is about the combat oriented one is about the Galactic Baseballers quest for the ultimate baseball bat. And then there's a third one that they talked about that is going to be a how should I describe? It's analogous to, it's part of the system that is analogous to the thing where you send out your dudes in Genshin to get resources.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're bolting on the new event to that system, so that instead of doing your regular resource gathering missions, you can send them out to gather intel on Boot Hill as part of this event. Find out who he is, what he's up to, that type of thing.
This gets you the best baseball bat in the world.
No, this is a third event, a separate event.
Okay.
Yeah, the baseball bat one is it's a separate event. That's the combat based one to pair with the sort of the casual one. And in that one, I can't remember what it was. It's something. I think it's another sort of like a turn attack type one where you've got to try and kill a certain number of things in a certain number of turns type of thing, similar to Pure Fiction. But I don't remember offhand. I'd have to rewatch the show. But yeah, so. Yeah, a lot of content coming out for Star Rail, a lot of anticipation, a lot of hype. People are very excited to see what will happen, largely because of the story. Like, we were left with a lot of questions at the end of the last one. Basically, people didn't have any idea what was going on. It was all very confusing by the end. Acheron seemed to know what was going on, and Aventurine seemed to know what was going on. Everybody else was just sort of along for the ride at that point. But yeah, it's certainly an exciting time for fans of that game. Yeah, they're very good at their marketing. Everybody was super hyped beforehand, and they're even more hyped now. And over the course of the week, they announced Firefly coming out in 2.3, the patch following the one that they're currently promoting. Everybody has been waiting for Firefly for a long time. Firefly has a large existing fan base of people who want to protect and care for her. Everybody is very fond of her. I mean, it's inevitable because they deliberately wrote the story like that. They made sure that would be the case. That did come off as manipulative to a lot of people, and even I recognize the sort of the manipulative aspects of that. It's not very well hidden. I don't think they really tried to hide it, but they write the plot of particularly chapter 1 of Penacony with the explicit intent of having you very focused on Firefly and spending time with her. And so people developed an affinity for her very quickly. And I'm very curious about how they're going to do the marketing for the character that was announced to be debuting alongside her in part 2 of that chapter's banner, which is Jade. So Jade is one of the comrades of Topaz and Aventurine, so has the gem-themed name, much like the other two. And she's another Dommy Mommy archetype, although she is playing the uber capitalist Dommy Mommy in this case. But she while she has a lot of fans among her target audience, the people who are really into that particular archetype, she has made virtually no appearances in the game so far. She's mentioned in a few places, and she appears in a couple of flashbacks, but other than that, she doesn't make any appearance. So I don't know if she's planning to show up in game right now, but oftentimes characters are mentioned ahead of time and then they show up later. Like Ruan May got half of an event all to herself, and she was mentioned many times beforehand as one of Herta's collaborators, but hadn't made no appearances until she got her own event. So Jade might be similar to that, where she'll get her Trailblaze Continuous chapter, where it explores her and what she's up to and what her character is like and what she's doing, what she hopes for, and so on. And that will be alongside Firefly. And if the structure is borne out, Firefly will probably play a certain role in that chapter as well, unless she gets all of the limelight in the current one, which is entirely possible considering how central she is to the plot. Because her, along with Robin, disappear from the plot at a particularly crucial juncture, which it sort of sheds a little bit of light on the sort of overall mystery of Penacony. So yeah, lots of mysteries floating around, lots of people waiting to see what will happen, lots of information that you could extract from the trailer and speculate on. It's a great marketing trailer in that sense, for sure. There's even sort of like there's a cameo appearance from Imbibitor Lune and the general of the Shansho Luofu doing a big dramatic scene, which nobody really expected because they are on the Shansho Luofu, is where most of their story takes place, not on Penacony. They never appear on Penacony. Well, actually, there's a way to get them to come and take a photo with you on Penacony, but that's not the point. But to have them show up in a big dramatic scene sort of suggests that the stakes are going to be pretty high, because it's been implied by the Stellaron hunters at one point that there's going to be sort of like a crucial climactic moment where you're going to have to call on the Luofu for help. So yeah, lots of content, lots of interesting things to wait for. I don't remember what the date is on this one, but presumably it's going to be when the current banner cycle is over. So probably like a week or so away as they're going to start doing the maintenance, and then they'll deploy the new chapter. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Not sure how I'm going to allocate my Jade. That's what I'm mainly worrying about. Will I have enough gacha currency?
Yeah. I when you sent me the promo codes from this previous stream coming out, it triggered my returners benefits for being away for 2 weeks.
Sometimes I wonder if returners benefits are better than actually logging in every day. But yeah, that's the other thing. They rained down heaps of Stellar Jades on us. Oh, they also announced that they're going to do another whatchamacallit. They're going to give you 10 golden tickets over the course of a week to celebrate the new patch. Genshin could never.
And at free 10 pull every patch. What a world. What a nice world that would be.
Yeah, it's almost like we had a certain Cygames gacha that did something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
That we don't have anymore because they took it away from us.
Make Kuka haunt their bed chambers every night.
For a lot of people, I think that would be a plus.
I don't think it would be for the Crunchyroll people.
I don't really want to speculate what they're into.
It does not seem like Kuka would be it. Kuka was my my Kiyohime. Like she just
The slightly degenerate thing that you couldn't help sympathize with.
and it was more that Kuka just bailed me out of so many situations early game and in tougher fights where I was trying to solve the problem. Like Wado Kuka and Kuka Kuka were just the answer to a whole lot of random miscellaneous problems that they just kind of became a random mainstay on the team. But Kuka is crazy.
I have her in my mind. She's inextricably linked to Kuka launch.
Whee! Remember when I was so happy we could play that game on
Actually,
demand
it
whenever
was.
we wanted just by going to our guest house? They took it from me.
They're always taking things from us, main.
I'm so mad.
The Ziz. The Ziz.
Ecstasy. Now I'm
I don't have
mad.
much more to say about that, but yeah. You're mad. You're mad. You're mad at the lack of Kuka in your life now.
I'm mad at the lack of all pinecone things in my life. Yeah, I'm just I've been out of the mobile game release cycle loop because I just even while I've been actively playing Genshin, I was playing catch up for most of the four-ish months I was actively playing, and so I didn't really care what was coming up next. Oh, fine. Too many shrooms. Oh, there must be another way down the cave that you found that came from the other end. But yeah, so I don't know. I've never really been a fan of following games to their mobile release cycles. I was okay with Pinecone because Pinecone was so casual and easy to keep up with that it didn't really matter that it was as stuck out as it was. With the daily what you call it. Hang on, I'm being distracted by real life. There we go. It was so easy to keep up with normally because it didn't require very much from you to stay current with it and didn't demand that you log in every single day. So getting excited for a new patch or a new character in Pinecone was a lot easier because it you could log in every single day and make sure your account was tip top if you want to do the harder content. But the fact that the fact that I didn't have to encouraged me to actually do it because you could get by
Well, I
just
mean,
fine and even do the harder content without doing that. And
I
so
think
could,
have to is kind of that's something everybody's going to draw the line of what they have to do in a different place. Because I don't really think that I have to log in all the time to Star Rail, but I do because I really enjoy the characters and the animations and all these the events and stuff, and there's heaps of content I haven't done yet and so on and so forth. The one that I do log in that I resent logging in every day is probably Genshin, because then the only reason I do it is because while I do resent the demands that it makes in certain respects, the payoffs for when they hit their stride on a piece of content are really high. Like when you're having fun exploring something or doing a piece of story that's actually good, it's really fun. So it pays off for the burdens in other places. But
I don't know how
in
to
Star
get out
Rail,
of this cave,
just,
so we're just going to teleport out, I think.
in Star Rail, I don't really feel any issues with it. Like it's like the amount of time that even if I treat it as a requirement that I do dailies every day, the amount of time it takes me to do them is so trivial. Like to do if I decide I'm only doing my dailies, I can knock them all out in 5 minutes. in Star Rail.
Oh,
Like compared to Genshin, it's utterly trivial.
speaking of dailies, at least I haven't done my bounties yet. What are bounties? Oh,
I think I have done mine.
but yeah, I just resent the whole concept of dailies and weekly quests. Even in Rising, I don't like them. Even though they might as well just say play one online match. The fact that for that first online match, I have to go in and go, okay, did I actually do a Raging Strike in that match? And they make you play different. And so in casual, on days where it's like perform 2 Skybound arcs, you'll see people that aren't really playing their best. They're going to be doing all kinds of random crap just to get the dailies done. Like, come on, people. And I just don't
Well, I
like
think
being
that
forced to log into games to make the most of my time with them. So I
I
just
think
don't.
that there are just some types of games that are really incompatible with dailies. Like both in Genshin, but more so in Star Rail, but also in Genshin. There's a lot of sort of slowly developing storylines that you get by means of daily quests.
Yeah. But
Like the one that I felt was deployed really well was the one about the sickly girl in Mondstadt. Now, over the course of doing dailies every day for an extended period of time, occasionally you'll just get another quest, which is the next part of her story. And she gradually, you help her brother get medicine for her. She gradually recovers from her illness. You help her around town, and she gets stronger, and she's able to climb up buildings by herself. And her brother sends you to find her because he doesn't know where she's gotten to. And eventually, she decides she wants to become an adventurer, and so you help her study for her exams and learn how to use a glider, and then you help her on her first few missions as an adventurer. Like that type of thing that plays out temporally separated over time like that, I think worked quite well. So there are things that a daily does that can be good. There is goodness to be found in there, and it's not like they'll vanish if you don't decide to do it every day. It'll come back around eventually. But I think there's something like a fighting game is like orthogonal to the daily concept because time is not something that passes in that context. Whereas
yeah.
in a game like Genshin, well, a certain amount of time passes day to day. You're having an adventure over a long period of time.
Yeah, even then, I feel like Genshin is more suited to treating its content patches like mini expansion packs and first playing it as they come out. And it would be okay to take a break, but that's not how they're going to make any money. And they need you to keep logging in to maintain metrics. And so the dailies are just there to get you to log in. And while I do see what you're saying with the type of stories they're telling there, it's making the most out of an obnoxious mechanic that I just hate dealing with. I don't like being forced to log in and do daily junk. I don't like a daily checklist that I feel obliged to do before everything else. So if I'm not actively playing the game, I've finally found the mental fortitude, you know, years post facto, to just tell it no. If you're not my active video game at this exact moment, the answer is no. No dailies. I'm about to drown. I'm gonna drown. I'll be over gonna die.
I mean, it's not like I've got any problem not logging into Final Fantasy 14. There's plenty of daily stuff in there, and
Yeah.
I've never done any of it. I've never paid any attention to it.
Yeah, it drives me nuts there too. But I expect
It was never a train that I got on, not for more than maybe 2 days in a row.
but
I just decided it wasn't worth it to me.
in some mobile games, Genshin in particular, it feels like you're shooting yourself in the foot so much if you don't log in and do dailies that it just feels bad. And Star
The
Rail,
only
even though it's
daily-
more generous and easier to do the dailies, I still get that kind of MiHoYo feeling from it with its dailies. And it's
I
just
mean, the only daily that I did day to day in FGO was literally logging in. That was the only daily I did, the login.
Oh, yeah, FGO is not one of the ones. It's FGO, from what I remember, it had a few for the shard dailies, but they didn't pay out enough to.
If
the
you
one that's
if
testing
you
over.
wanted mana cubes that badly, then there they were.
Yeah, it was something you would accrue naturally over time and didn't really have to worry about as long as it was your active game. Enough dailies by accident to have the cube stuff. Unless you were like me one time that you wanted the stupid Bond CE in the shop before it went away, so you farmed like crazy on hands and burned all the EXP into cubes.
Yeah, I think I think that I'm willing to tolerate I'm willing to tolerate star rails because they're trivial and because I'm really engaged with it right now. Like I've missed dailies in Genshin plenty of times, and it's not like I get annoyed if I miss them while I'm actively playing and trying to get them because I logged on late. Then that makes me rage. But if I just didn't care that day, then I don't care. But I still see dailies as something to structurally do and log in. Oh, like I think I'll do my dailies today because I know that I'll get a certain amount of reward for spending 10 minutes playing or whatever, and I only have 10 minutes before bed, so why not? I will be able to make incremental progress on something that I'm doing on the weekend simply by investing 10 minutes on a weekday, and so I'm perfectly happy with it.
I was going somewhere with this, and that train totally it's did not have enough coal to make it to the station. I just totally forgot what the heck we were where I was going with that. There's a point to my bringing up dailies. I just forgot what it was.
I guess my perception of it is not that MiHoYo wants me to log in every day. Like I don't perceive it in that light. It's like, well, there is this structural thing. Like I see dailies as an option. Like I can choose to do this thing if I want to make the maximum amount of incremental progress in the minimum amount of time because I only have a minimum amount of time possible to expend. Like, because when I get home from work, I often, especially if it's been a hard day, long, hard day, I don't have much time and I still want to play Star Rail. I still want to get something done in Star Rail to make incremental progress towards building up a new character or to building up a new team or to achieving some other goal. And I know that I don't have time to make any meaningful progress in the conventional way. So instead of that, I can just do the dailies and know that, oh, well, I got some Jade for this. I got some credits for this. I got a bunch of experience and so on. So even though I didn't do anything else, come the weekend, a week's worth of that will have mounted up and I can do something with it.
Yeah. I cannot find where this train of thought was going. This is bugging the heck out of me.
I mean, I can 100% understand your point of view because that's exactly how I felt about World of Warcraft. Like, I did not do my dailies every day in World of Warcraft, except in the situation where I was raiding and I had no choice because doing your dailies was the primary way to fund being a raider. And what else could you really do? You needed that gold.
Yeah. You have no idea how much this is bugging me. I had a bigger point I was getting to with all this, and it just totally fell out of my head.
I've been trying to buy you time to find it. Not working.
I don't know. We may have to just let that one rest as a tangent topic, because I don't remember where I was going with it. Oh, that's so frustrating. It was relating to Star Rail. But,
why did that thing not drop anything? Is it a bounty?
Bounty.
Oh, disappoint.
Got one more to do. At least we don't have to find them. We just go to them and bop them.
True. They still regularly one-shot me.
It hit me once and did 11,000 damage.
But yeah, I don't really perceive dailies as an important thing, but I do them because they are an efficient thing.
Uh-oh. This one's immune to Geo.
Well,
Ahita, I need you.
You're going to send it to the Matrix.
I'm gonna send a small child after it.
I thought you said you were going to protect her.
I mean, not from the giant robots. She's fine against those.
Is this harbor up here a new place because you haven't unlocked the teleport point?
Says I got it unlocked.
It's grayed out. Beta Harbor, teleport waypoint.
Where's it at? You standing next to it?
No. It's how the heck do I describe where it is? It's north. It's the north edge of Vanarana.
Oh. North.
It was in Sumeru. So I
Oh.
was like, why is there no?
I just
why
never
is it
been
not
up
lit
there.
when it was in Sumeru.
That might be new because the area that's next to it is the unknown zone in Fontaine,
I see.
where the new statue of the Seven is. So that might be brand new. I'd say I thought I fully explored Vonarana.
You have. This is 100%.
Like the only area in Sumeru I have 100%ed.
I think these mobs look so goofy.
They do. The robo dinosaurs.
Like there are so many cooler ways to do Robo Dinosaur.
Welcome to Sumeru, where all the flora, fauna, and ancient machinery has evolved to annoy you to the best of its ability and look really silly while doing it.
But obviously, because they're robot dinosaurs, you need to be playing Aloy.
It would be funny if she got like a 10% damage bonus to him or something. Oh, this used to be a withering zone. That would have been really obnoxious to have to fight him in there if I hadn't cleared it ahead of time. Maybe it won't spawn one there if you haven't cleared the withering zone yet. So you haven't explored Sumeru at all, have you?
Nope. Well, I mean, I've walked across it for various purposes, like
Yeah.
to unlock the Dendro hypostasis and a few bits and pieces. But I haven't attempted to actually do any content there.
There are areas called withering zones that are buckets of no bad feels juice in the air that you need to cleanse. But once they're cleansed forever. And while you stand in them, you can only take a number of hits before you insta die, and your max HP goes down every time you hit, unless you go stand in a green Healy circle. But once you cleanse them, they're gone for. And that particular mob spawned where one was. So yeah, it sounds like Star Rail's coming out with new content. That's cool. I am somewhere in an in between mindset right now with our headspace where I could get into an RPG if I wanted to, but it would still feel a little forced right now. I think I might poke at Star Rail and see if it grabs me again.
I think you just need to adopt a psychology of treating it just like a casual RPG. You just don't enter it with a gacha mindset. You don't need to have 5-star characters unless you're trying to do pure fictional Memory of Chaos.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about my roster or the gameplay and needing to have characters. It's more.
Well, I'm saying you should just treat it like you would any other single player RPG. Don't treat it like an ongoing game where you need to progressively stay ahead of a power curve or anything like that.
Yeah.
Just treat it like any other RPG because it's designed to be just like any other RPG.
Yeah, like I mentioned before, my hurdle has been effectively having to restart the story and debrain myself
from that. If the English voice acting is as bad as you say, then I mean, I wouldn't know. I've never listened to it, but I don't have any intention of doing so either.
Did you ever hear the Higurashi dub?
No.
It is.
Why would I? Everybody says it's terrible.
It just to enjoy the experience and pain. It wouldn't be the first masochistic thing that either you or I have done, just watching something because it's terrible. But yeah, it's that tier. Some of the characters, some of them are fine. Kafka's fine. I actually like Kafka's voice and the way she says her Union Burst in English. Did I say Union Burst? God, I got pinecone on the brain. But uses her ult in English. It's really cool. I love the way she says "boom" at the end of it. Sounds really good. You got, but then you got like March 7th, who is bad to mid, and she's one of your main characters that's around with you. You got
she will never leave you alone. She's supposed to be a deuteragonist. They've said in advance that they're planning to make her a major, major character who's always going to be with you. So if you can't stand her voice, you don't want her around. Then you don't want to play in English.
Yeah, she's not deal breaker bad by herself, but she's not very good. And then you've got Don Hung, who is literally nails on chalkboard.
He basically doesn't appear at any point so far in Penacony, but it's sort of implied in the promo show that they did this week that Boot Hill is going to look to the Astral Express for help when he realizes he's been replaced by Acheron as the representative of the Galaxy Rangers, and he's going to go to the Astral Express. And the reason why Don Hung hasn't been in the story so far in Penacony is that he's the one who stayed behind to guard.
Yeah.
Because they always leave someone behind on the Astral Express, and they don't all ever leave at once because somebody's got to stay on the train and keep it safe. And Don Hung opts to do that this time because he's basically worn out after the last one, and he doesn't really have much interest in the frivolity of Penacony, the land of festivals, anyway. So he stays behind, and it's implied that Boot Hill will run into him, and then he will get drawn into the plot as well. So you won't be able to escape from Don Hung, even in Penacony.
Yeah, his voice is just truly awful. Himiko's fine. Yeah, it's just the only really good voice. Black Swan's pretty good. The only one I really, really liked was Kafka's. Everybody else is bad to mid.
I find Black Swan and Kafka's voices both a little bit overwrought. Like they're trying a little bit too hard to play up the femme fatale angle. Whereas I feel my preference, and this is just a matter of preference, for Kafka's voice in the, because I know what Kafka sounds like in the English because I've seen her like promo trailers and stuff. But my preference is the ever so slightly more neutral voice that Japanese Kafka has over English Kafka. I think is preferable because I feel like the English one is trying a little bit hard to play to type. That's just my impression.
Most of my impression of Kafka's voice acting comes from using her in gameplay, and that is just hearing her say "boom" the way she do with her ultimate over and over again, and I think that's really funny. Not fun. Well, not funny to say, but just cool for the big dumb attack name callouts.
Everybody loves big dumb attack name callouts. But I feel like Black Swan's voice actress is trying way too hard to sound sultry, in my opinion.
Yeah, that doesn't really come through in her battle lines very much, and that's the only context I have for her, is borrowing yours.
Yeah, well, I mean, she plays a pretty significant role in the first two chapters of Penacony. I don't know about the third, but so you end up with spending a lot of time with her. But yeah, I think that Boot Hill by himself is enough reason to play in Japanese. Like, there's no way that that's going to work as well in English. It's not possible.
Probably give it to some male VTuber anyway.
Why are you going to do that? And also, like, I feel like Serval's English voice actress just doesn't have any character to her compared to the Japanese one. Like, the Japanese one is oozing with character, but the English one is just a total flat female delivery, as far as I can tell.
I cannot recall her voice off the top of my head, but it's probably because it was incredibly unremarkable.
And I find Gwen Ifin's English voice actress to be insufferable.
Oh yeah, she's terrible.
She sounds exactly like you would expect her to, which is terrible.
Yeah, just trying too hard, written all over it. In the library.
In the library?
I don't think there's any spoilers. No, there's no spoilers. But
this building wastes an awful lot of perfectly good bookshelf space for being a library.
It's got whole walls. They have to have their architecture curve the walls. But yeah. So I've still got to go through the game again, and I've got I like Genshin's voice acting when it started wasn't great either. but it wasn't Star Rail tier bad.
Honestly, I don't really remember, and I've always I spent like one day playing in English before I switched to Japanese.
Yeah,
I don't know. I feel bad about that because it makes me feel like a weeb. It's like, oh, I have to play it in Japanese even though it's a Chinese game. I was like, no, realistically, Japan has a really matured voice acting industry,
yeah,
which is highly competitive. So you have to at least be decent in order to get a job.
yeah. Versus the English voice acting community, while there are a few standouts, you're basically at the mercy of casting and the ADR director whether or not it's going to be any good.
So I think the simple distinction is Gigguk is in Star Rail, but there are no like VTubers in Star Rail from Japan.
Yeah,
The attitude to who's getting cast is totally different.
at least Giguk was just a random nameless miner on the way to go punch robot.
I have to take your word for it because I don't know what Gigguk sounds like, so I wouldn't be able to identify.
It flagged immediately. I'm like, that is Giguk. But yeah. So I want to play Star Rail and get caught up with it so I can have some context for what you're talking about.
Don't force it. I think
But,
that you won't enjoy it at all if you force it. You just wait for the right mood to strike.
Yeah, I just need the right headspace to come along. And unfortunately, the thing that's going to determine the right headspace is probably work.
Ugh.
I need work to behave itself for a while and for things to stabilize appropriately that I feel like I have the excess brain space to apply to a proper RPG.
Yeah, I'm really sincerely hoping I can get a lot of things at work in order over the next week or two, so that I don't get completely bushwhacked by the audit. So my audit is going to be in, I think it's in like the 22nd or the 23rd of May or something like that, and and I'm also going to have a bunch of other stuff to do. I think that I've been blackmailed into going to some work do after the show next week. I don't think I can wriggle out of it, but we'll have to see. But that will basically mean that I've got to run away early to get across town or whatever to wherever the heck they're having their meal. Which is just it's a nuisance to me. Like, the others may all enjoy being social outside working hours, but when I finish work for the week, my objective is to forget that work exists until I have to remember.
Mm-hmm. So yeah. I'll jump on Star. I'll not on Star Rail. Oh yeah, on Star Rail. I'll jump at Star Rail whenever I feel like I'm in the appropriate headspace to do so, and I won't really know until I poke. Because when it comes to these things, to know if you're in the mood for it, I don't know about you, but if to find out I'm in the mood for an RPG, I generally have to poke at an RPG and see if it sticks. So I may try poking this week to see where my head's at, and if I need to wait a little bit longer, or if I can start thinking about jumping in and going through the story. But we will see. All right, but I think that's about all we got. Been running with no bathroom break for 4.5 hours.
I've been on like 3 bathroom breaks this show. I've just walked off while you were talking because I drank too much beer.
All right. Okay. Email topic of the week is anything. As usual, send us anything. We will read it, even if it's dumb. I wouldn't use that elevator, by the way. There's probably spoilers at the top and bottom.
It's grayed out for me in any case.
But, all right. You got anything else out? I think we wrap it.
Yeah, let's wrap it. Throat's getting a bit raw.
All right. Sorry about the microphone up, misbehaving, folks. I don't know if that was only on Discord or if you also came through on the recording. I'll look into it and see if I can identify the problem and fix it. I will at least unplug and replug the microphone in properly for next week. All right, then. Sayonara. Bye-bye.